Recording in progress.
Good morning, members of the Portfolio Committee. Good morning, officials from DBE, officials from the FFC. We are just waiting for Chair to log in. We'll try to get through to her now. If you'll just give me 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Brown. I'm just checking for audio.
Good morning, Honorable Ngobeni. Yes, you are audible.
Oh, great. Thank you. Good morning, honorable members, and good morning to Department of Education, the delegation from FFC. Apologies, I was just struggling with connecting to my network, but I think I'm all set now. I hope that I'm audible and my network is fine. Is it fine, honorable members?
Chairperson, you are
Yes.
audible and your video is also perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning to all of you and welcome to the second meeting of this term. We are going to be receiving presentation from the FFC, and that is what is on our agenda today. We would want to welcome also the Department of Basic Education, led by the Minister. I know we did receive some apologies, and we'll get into that quite soon. This is a very important session for us as a portfolio committee. We have tried to interact with the funding model before as this portfolio committee and have had many discussions about the funding model of our schooling system on what is allocated as expenditure to the department. And we've had this discussion before with the FFC and the department. And we've agreed that we ought to really have more of these discussions so that we come to a point where the funding model really does promote transformation, but also it does promote equality in our schooling system. We really are looking forward to getting a presentation and hearing from the FFC or on this some of these issues that we have raised on the funding of our schools and the challenges that pertain to the cost constraints that have characterized the administration, this seventh administration, and to a larger extent the sixth administration. So we are looking forward to these discussions from the FFC and also the department. And I just want to, with that as a background of this meeting, of today's meeting, I just want to welcome everyone into this meeting, our support team, and all other stakeholders that would have joined us today. I'm going to then request Mr. Brown, can you please fly to the agenda, but also take us through the roll call and apologies.
Thank you, Chairperson. I have flighted the agenda for the session this morning. Chairperson, apologies. Of course, we have the standing apology of Honorable Jordan, who is currently on maternity leave, but I've also received one apology from Honorable Mkhize, who is writing exams this morning. And then both Minister and Deputy Minister, as you rightfully indicate, Chair, they will have to be excused. They've requested to be excused around 10:30, 11 o'clock. I do know that they have a cabinet appointment. Chairperson, that is the apologies. I will just go through the roll call. It's yourself, Honorable Maimela, Honorable Magagula, Honorable Low, Honorable Sharif, Honorable Van der Walt, Honorable Ngadi, Honorable Mkhize, Mkhize, Honorable Shikwambana, Honorable Komane, Honorable Ngubeni, and Honorable Nobo. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown. Honorable members, is there any member that Mr. Brown did not mention that is present in the meeting?
Yes, Chairperson, Honorable Mtsweni.
Honorable Mtsweni, that is noted. Mr. Brown, can we register that?
Noted,
Thank you,
Chairperson. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, Chair. Apologies, Chair. I see that Honorable Desiree van der Walt is also online.
Okay. Honorable Desiree, you are noted to be in the meeting. That is all the apologies we have, and I've seen the minister is in the meeting now, and the DM, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe if they can indicate at what time would they want to be excused from the meeting, so that we can then agree on the shape of the discussions, so that we give them an opportunity to participate in this discussion. Honorable Minister.
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning to you, honourable members. The CABCOM I'd have to be excused at 10:30, please, Chairperson. But I'm assuming the DM as well. I'm not sure if she's on. Yeah. I'm told that also she will have to be excused around the same time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So we usually give the entities that come to present before the committee 15 minutes. Given that we are going to receive a briefing on three specific conditions allocation. First, let's say 25 minutes, so that after they present, immediately after they present, and then we'll allow the department, the minister, to just have a bite on their presentations just before they leave the meeting. And I think that will work. So if we give them 25 minutes, what time is it now? Mr. Brown, can we time it? If we give them 20 minutes, actually, so that the minister can have about 10 minutes, 5 minutes before they have to leave the meeting, to just have an addition or a bite on the discussions or on the presentations of the FFC. For you to really presentation. The delegation from the FFC, you're most welcome. The committee appreciates you taking time to come and brief us on these very important discussions that have really been at the center of the discussions of this committee. Just last week, the committee was really deliberating on the crisis of old infrastructure in our schools and the capacity of our provinces to really spend the conditional grants that are meant to really deal with some of these challenges that members have noted. So you are most welcome. We are going to allow you now to go through your presentations. Please.
Chair, Chair, excuse me, can I propose a slightly different approach? Is Peter Mukhize here?
Chairperson, your audio is on, Chair, but we cannot hear you. There was an input from Honourable Mkhize. Chairperson, are you able to hear us? Members, I think we may have just lost Chairperson, but I'm sure she's going to try and reconnect. If we just give it a minute.
Can I propose, maybe, I don't know, because the chair, when she was cutting, she proposed that we proceed with the presentation, albeit that there was the end of Honorable Mkhize. So I don't know, I was proposing that we proceed with the presentation. If she's back, then she can preside over the hand of Honorable Mkhize. Thanks.
Thank you, Honourable Low, for the inputs. Members, if members don't have a problem, we may request the FFC to start their presentation, if there's no a problem with the proposal from Honorable Low. Thank you.
I accept the proposal, Chair, from Honorable Law, for as long as we make sure that the Minister attends to my proposal before the Minister speaks.
Thank you, Honorable Mkize. Dr. Mbava, we will hand over to you now.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. Good morning to all the honorable members. Good morning to the Minister and the Deputy Minister on the platform. My name is Dr. Mbava. I am the chairperson of the Financial and Fiscal Commission. I am accompanied by commissioners who are on the platform, as well as the research team who will take us through the presentation. I would like to thank so much the commission, the committee rather, for inviting us as a commission to come before you to present our analysis on the school infrastructure, the conditional grants and equity in education. So our presentation will take us through all of that. As we go towards our mandate, just briefly on what is our mandate. We are a constitutional institution, honorable members. We are independent. We make recommendations to all state organs on financial and fiscal matters. Our recommendations are evidence-based and are meant to ensure that there is equity and fairness in fiscal allocations. Government is mandated to consider our recommendations. There are specific legislative pieces which cannot be enacted without having considered the recommendations of the FFC, as you can see on slide 3. If we move to slide 4, our recommendations are also informed by constitutional values in terms of the national interest, making sure that national government, provincial governments, and provinces are able to meet their mandates. With those few words, I would like to hand over to the research to just highlight the key issues as we aware research that we have limited time, the pertinent issues that we can engage with the slides. Over to research.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and members. I'll take you through the first part of the presentation, and my colleague Nosisa will continue with the second part before handing over to the chairperson for closing remarks. So, firstly, on this slide, we highlight that the right to basic education is guaranteed in the Constitution, which also applies immediately, covering grade R to grade 12 in both public and independent schools. So we also know that the education system serves about 12.5 million learners across nearly 25,000 public schools. So we also note further that basic education takes up a larger share of government spending, with about 13.5% of the 2024-25 national budget allocated to it. However, despite this large amount of spending in the basic education sector, significant disparities remain between schools in resources and infrastructure, therefore affecting learner outcomes. We also note that funding mainly comes from provincial equitable share, with conditional grants from the Department of Basic Education providing an additional support. Next slide, please. So on this slide, we highlight disparities between public and independent schools in the education system. So first, we want to present that public schools serve more learners compared to independent schools, which are privately governed. So on average, in 2024, we know that learners per public schools was about 571, which is nearly double that of private schools, therefore reflecting a growing pressure on public education infrastructure. We also know that learner-school ratio and the learner-educator ratio remains consistently high in public schools as compared to private schools. Next slide, please. So on this slide, we continue with the disparities, particularly looking at learner performance across school quintiles. So we note that learners from lower quintile schools continue to achieve suboptimal results, particularly in terms of bachelor level passes, which are critical for university education. So for example, we see that Only 44.4% of learners in Quintile 1 schools achieved a bachelor pass compared to the 60.3% in Quintile 5 schools. This shows a clear performance gap linked to infrastructure, teacher quality, and support systems. Additionally, we note that learners in lower quintile learners are more likely to only achieve a higher certificate, with approximately 14% in Quintile 1 as compared to 8.6% in Quintile 5. Next slide, please. So on this slide, we outline the framework for equitable school funding in the country as governed by the South African Schools Act. So first, we want to highlight 3 things on this slide. So the first is that basic education is a shared responsibility between national and provincial government, and also that the provincial governments are tasked with allocating funds to public schools through their education department, while the National Department of Basic Education sets norms and standards that guide how these funds are distributed. The norms and standards for school funding further ensures that public ordinary schools, excluding private institutions, receive funding that reflects their socio-economic standards. Next slide, please. So on this slide, we delved more into explaining how the national norms and standards for funding are used as a quintile-based model to allocate resources more equitably across public schools. So mainly is that schools are grouped into 5 quintiles according to their poverty and socioeconomic level environment, with quintile 1 representing the most disadvantaged and quintile 5 the least disadvantaged. The funding model is deliberately pro-poor, meaning that schools in lower quintiles receive higher per learner allocations to help address systemic inequalities. These allocations cover a wide range of needs, from learner support materials like textbooks, science equipment, to non-educational consumables such as stationery and cleaning supplies. They also fund services like building maintenance, internet connectivity, schools transport, and schools transport. This approach ensures that serving the most vulnerable learners are better resourced to provide quality education and essential services. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So on this slide, we continue with persistent disparities in per learner funding across different provinces. So we note that currently the funding threshold is at 1,754 per learner in quintile 1 to 3. However, provinces such as KwaZulu-Natal, Mpumalanga, Northern Cape have been frequently funding below the proposed benchmark, particularly also from previous years. For example, by 2024-25, these provinces funded below 213. They funded below 213 for quintile 5, which is significantly below also the threshold. So in contrast, provinces like Gauteng, Western Cape, and Free State have consistently met and exceed the national threshold. So the funding gap contributes to unequal access to funding resources and lower school intake rates in unfunded regions, undermining efforts to achieve equity in education. Next slide, please. So, honorable members and chair, on this slide, we outline the 4 key challenges that are driving underfunding in the education sector. So first, we see that personnel costs are consuming a disproportionate share of the provincial education budget, whereby in provinces like KwaZulu-Natal, overspending on compensation of employees has left little room for essential non-personnel items such as learning materials, infrastructure maintenance. Sorry about that. Secondly, inaccurate learner enrollment data continues to distort funding allocations, without reliable projections, schools face shortages and planning become reactive rather than strategic. Third, we also note that the use of standardized funding formulas across provinces fails to account for unique geographic and socioeconomic differences. The one-size-fits-all approach can disadvantage provinces with greater needs or logistical challenges. And finally, The legacy infrastructure issues, such as outdated facilities and sanitation backlogs, continue to divert resources away from teaching and learning. So these systemic issues must be addressed if we are to ensure equitable and effective education funding across the country. Next slide. So in this slide, we provide a regulatory framework guiding education infrastructure funding in South Africa, and at its core is the principle that the right to education includes access to quality infrastructure. The 2013 minimum uniform norms and standards for school infrastructure serves as a legally binding benchmark, setting out minimum requirements every school must meet. These standards are not aspirational. However, they are enforceable with specific timelines attached to each infrastructure milestone. For example, we note that by the end of 2016, all schools built entirely from unsustainable materials like mud or asbestos were meant to be replaced, and schools lacking basic services such as water, electricity, or sanitation were to be addressed. Further, by 2020, broader infrastructure elements like classrooms, perimeter security, connectivity were due. More advanced facilities such as libraries, science laboratories were targeted for completion by the end of 2023. Full compliance with all remaining standards is expected by 2030. These timelines reflect a structured approach to closing infrastructure gaps but they also underscore the agency and accountability required to meet these goals. Next slide, please. So on this slide, we focus on progress made in eliminating pit latrines in schools, a critical issue tied to learner safety and dignity. So while the Department of Education reports that all schools now have access to basic services, the continued presence of pit latrines in some provinces contradicts the infrastructure norms and standards. These facilities are not only outdated, but pose serious risks to learners. So as we see on the graph, that the downward trend from 2018 to 2022 with provinces like Eastern Cape, Limpopo, and Northwest, starting with thousands of schools using pit latrines, gradually reducing those numbers to zero by 2023. This reflects a concerted national effort to meet regulatory targets by 2024. However, the fact that these facilities persisted for so long underscores the agency for sustained infrastructure investment and monitoring to ensure that no learner is left behind in unsafe conditions. Next slide, please. So in this slide, we continue with persistent gaps in access to essential educational facilities across different schools. So despite regulatory targets, the data from 2018 to 22 shows minimal progress in providing computer centers, laboratories, libraries, and sports facilities. Over 82% of schools still lack computer centers, science laboratories, while nearly 3/4 are without libraries. Even sports facilities critical for holistic development remain absent in over 40% of schools. These figures have remained largely unchanged over 5 years, indicating a stagnation in infrastructure development for non-core amenities. The lack of these resources not only limits learners' academic growth, but also affects their overall learning experience and future readiness. Therefore, addressing these deficits is crucial if we are serious about delivering quality education that meets the full spectrum of learner needs. Next slide, please. So in this slide, we present the provincial breakdown of progress in meeting school infrastructure targets, focusing on access to computer centers, laboratories, libraries, and sports facilities. While some provinces have shown modest improvements between 2021 and 2023, others continue to lag significantly. For example, the Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, Limpopo, and Mpumalanga remain most challenged, with over 80% of schools still lacking computer centers and laboratories. Alarmingly, the Northern Cape shows a decline in computer access, raising concerns about infrastructure delivery or data accuracy. Even in relatively better performing provinces like Gauteng and the Western Cape, access to libraries and sports facilities remain limited. Nationally, we see that progress has been slow and uneven, and this underscores the need to for targeted interventions and stronger accountability mechanisms to ensure that all learners have access to full range of educational resources. Next slide, please. So, honorable members and chair, on this slide, we draw your attention to a critical but often overlooked aspect of education infrastructure, which is quality. While many schools may have library facilities, the data reveals that a significant gap between availability, and usability. For example, in 2024, provinces like KwaZulu-Natal, Gauteng show relatively higher numbers of schools with libraries, yet only about 2/3 of those libraries are actually stocked with library materials. The disparity is even more pronounced in provinces like Eastern Cape and the Eastern Cape and Limpopo, where fewer than 60% of libraries are stocked with library materials. This means that while infrastructure targets may appear to be met on paper, the learning experience remains compromised. As the Commission, we note that a library without books is a missed opportunity for literacy, imagination, and academic support. Therefore, to truly meet the regulatory goals, we must go beyond the counting buildings. We must ensure that they are equipped to serve learners meaningfully. Chair, on that note, I will hand over to my colleague Nosisa to continue with the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Neo. Good morning, Honorable Chair and Honorable members. My name is Nosisa Kwama, and I will be taking you through the last section of the presentation. On this slide, we are showing the infrastructure education backlogs. The country has over 22,000 schools, of which 206 have been identified as having inappropriate structures. This is a significant concern for education infrastructure. The provinces most affected include the Western Cape with 75 schools, the Eastern Cape with 63, and the Northern Cape with 38 schools. On the other hand, provinces such as KZN and Limpopo have reported 0 inappropriate structures, indicating either better infrastructure or possible underreporting. The issue of infrastructure backlog extends beyond structural concerns. It includes challenges such as overcrowding, poor sanitation, inadequate water electricity supply, and lack of proper maintenance. Efforts to address these challenges are often hindered by unreliable planning data, inefficient use of resources, and delays in infrastructure implementation. These inefficiencies not only stall progress but also lead to the continued use of unsafe and unsuitable schools facilities. And then on this slide, we are showing the inefficiencies in critical education infrastructure. Education infrastructure performs poorly relative to other sectors such as health, with the regression outcomes reveals a negative relationship between education infrastructure and economic growth. This is an indication that the current infrastructure challenges may be hindering rather than supporting the development. This negative impact raises concerns about inefficiencies within the education department. Also, persistent infrastructure backlogs and inappropriate structures remain widespread, despite initiatives like 10-point strategy designed to improve education infrastructure delivery. Then on this slide, we're just highlighting the key education infrastructure grants. The Accelerated School Infrastructure Delivery Initiative was launched in 2012 to address severe infrastructure backlogs in the education sector. Its main objectives was to eradicate inappropriate school structures and provide basic services such as water, sanitation, and electricity to schools that lack them. Funding for ASID flows to the DBE through the School Infrastructure Backlog Grant. The SIBG was established with the intention of being a high-impact intervention. It is an indirect grant and was scheduled to end in 2018. Then moving to the next grant, the Mathematics, Science and Technology grant. It is another key funding. It's a grant specifically aimed at enhancing teaching, learning in this critical subject by improving infrastructure and providing necessary resources like laboratories and equipment. And then the last one is the Education Infrastructure Grant. This grant was designed to support provinces in both the maintenance and the constructions of school infrastructure, ensuring that all schools meet the minimum norms and standards. It plays a critical role in enabling provinces to deliver infrastructure in line with the national priorities and improve environment across the country. Then on this slide, we are showing the allocations and the year-on-year growth. The Education Infrastructure Grant, which is the top diagram, allocations has played a critical role in funding schools infrastructure across the country since the inception. The annual allocation has generally increased over the years, peaking in 2015-16 at over 13 billion, supported by substantial 27% year-on-year growth. The fluctuations have occurred with negative growth recorded in 2019 and mostly recently in 2024, despite high allocations. These trends suggest inconsistent growth and possible unstable. Then EIG made up a significant portion of provincial education infrastructure budgets, highlighting the province's dependence on the national grant. Notable, the Northern Cape and the Northwest provinces rely entirely on the EIG funding, followed closely by the provinces such as Eastern Cape, Gauteng, and Free State, where over 90% of infrastructure budgets are funded through the IEG. In the Western Cape stands out with the lowest dependency, allocating less than 50% of its infrastructure budget to EIG funding. These variations indicate disparities in provincial capacity to raise or allocate internal resources for education infrastructure and may affect how well each province addresses the infrastructure backlogs. Then on this slide, we're showing the spending performance of the Education Infrastructure Grant. Over the 13-year period from 2012 to 2024, the EIG has shown consistently high levels of spending performance, indicating that most of the allocated funds were actually spent. Then from 2012 to 2020, the performance remained above 93%, peaking at 100% in 2016 and 99% in 2019. However, a significant dip occurred in 2020-21, where performance dropped over to 85%, possible due to disruptions caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. Encouragingly, spending efficiency rebounded in subsequent years, reaching 99% again in 2024. In terms of actual allocation and expenditure, both have steadily increased over the years, with allocations climbing from around 5.7 billion in 2012 to over 13 billion in recent years. This close alignment between the allocation and expenditure bars in the later years reflect improved financial discipline and capacity in implementing the infrastructure projects. This consistently high performance suggests that while funding levels may vary year to year, the utilization of available funds has generally been effective, supporting the case for continued and potential increased investment in education infrastructure. Then here this graph compares how well the provinces met their school maintenance targets relative to how much of their education infrastructure grant budget they spent in the 24 financial year. Most provinces such as the Gauteng, KZN, and the Western Cape show strong performance, spending close to or all of their EIG budgets, while also achieving 100% of their maintenance targets. The Mpumalanga and the Northern Cape also demonstrate relatively high alignment, meeting over 70% of maintenance target while fully utilizing their budget. However, significant gaps are observed in the Eastern Cape and the Northwest. Although both provinces spent over 90% of their EIG budget, they achieved only 47% and 23% of their maintenance targets, respectively. This suggests inefficiency or misalignment between spending and actual maintenance outcome. The Western Cape stands out for its perfect alignment, meeting 100% of its target with full budget expenditure, reflecting effective planning and execution. Then this slide presents the annual allocations and year-on-year growth rates of a specific budget over the period of 2012 to 2024. The early years saw a rapid increase in allocations with a dramatic and 195% growth in 2013, likely reflecting the scaling up of a new funding initiative. After reaching a peak in 2015, the growth began to fluctuate, including notable dips such as 19.4 in 2016. An impressive rebound followed in 2021, where allocations increased by 81.5%, suggesting a possible post-COVID recovery or renewed investment forecast. This picture reflects an initial period of rapid investment followed by the budget volatility and a recent trend towards slower or declining growth. This may signal a shift from expansion to consolidation in funding priorities.
Ms. Kwama, the 20 minutes is finished. Please just wrap up. We'll give you just 2 minutes, 3 minutes to conclude.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Then on this slide, we're just highlighting the actual spending and the spending performance over the years for the past 10 years. Then the key note for this slide, the data reflects a maturing capacity over time to effectively utilize allocated funds, with latter years demonstrating increased fiscal discipline and performance stability. Then on this slide, we are showing the non-financial performance of Accelerated School Infrastructure Delivery Initiative. Then over the years, the performance on school infrastructure targets has been highly variable, with notable shortfalls in delivery of new schools. Then I will skip this introduction slide, then go straight to this one. Here we are showing the grant allocations and year-on-year growth. So the data suggests that while most provinces are spending close to or slightly above their allocated budget, the Free State's higher spending rate merits further investigation. Merits further investigation to ensure sustainability and accountability. Then the last one, before I hand over to my chairperson for recommendation, is the gaps. These are the gaps that we've highlighted for the MST conditional grants, delay in delivery, resources, underutilization of grant allocation, a challenge of a lack of outcome-based indicators. Allow me, Honorable Chair, to hand over to my chairperson for recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Chair, just one or 2 minutes just for me to just cover the recommendations. So we reiterate our previous recommendation that we have made, that our government needs to protect the basic education funding system in the face of budget constraints. We also, as a commission, recommends that provincial education departments should strengthen data management and controls to ensure better evidence-based projections of learner enrollment figures. The Commission also recommends more detailed and comprehensive education data that is disaggregated by quintile, specifically on education performance outcomes across quintile schools. The Commission also reiterates its previous recommendation, which were made in 2001, that a costed norms approach should be adopted, where a full costing exercise should be undertaken by all provinces, particularly for the provision of education. Last slide, please. Slide 34. The Commission also recommends, honourable members, improving the timelines of resource delivery to tackle the delays in the delivery of math, science, and technology resources. We also recommend addressing underspending through performance-based planning. Finally, the Commission also recommends introducing outcome-based performance indicators directly linked to learner improvements in math, science, and technology. Thank you so much, Chair. We'd like to hand over to you for deliberations and areas of clarity.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Commission, Dr. Mbava. And thank you very much for this insightful presentation that you've made to the committee today. Of course, as you would have heard, the minister has to leave at 10:30. So we are going to accord to the department some opportunity to reflect on this report, on this presentation by the commission, and then we're going to allow members to engage with this presentation. Minister?
Chair, before the minister comes in, I asked for a different approach. I wanted to propose a different approach, Chair, before the minister speaks. Because, may I finish, Chair? It will be a great disservice to the committee for the minister to address us before we reflect as a committee, for her to also cover our reflection in her response. But if, Chair, you rule me out in terms of the powers you have, I will accept it, but I would just want to register. It will be a great disservice to this committee.
Honorable Mkhize, we were losing you a bit. I don't know if it was me alone who could not get a full understanding of what you are raising, but you are saying that you would want us to ask questions first and then allow the department to respond as well as the commission. Now, that of course would be the desired approach, but we are sitting with a situation where the minister has to leave at 10:30. And this was an apology that was tabled before the meeting. I would have hoped that if we had an issue with that, we could have raised it at that time. But it's an apology we have. And although that approach that you are speaking about, Honorable Mkhize, is a desired approach, I agree it's a desired approach. But that is a situation we are facing, that we at 10:30, the minister has to leave, and the DM as well, unless if we agree that we ask our questions and we allow the department, because the minister, even if the minister is leaving, the delegation from the department will still be in the meeting, unless if we take that approach where we allow the delegation from the department to respond to the questions. For me, that will still be fine, because I agree, Honorable Mkhize, that would be the desired approach. Honorable Ngobeni, any different view?
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Also, good morning to the colleagues. It is 10:19, Chair. The minister only has to leave at 10:30. I think that the remarks that the minister would have to give can be pertinent to this discussion, primarily given the fact that We are facing real challenges. The minister was reporting on those through the public discourse, even as early as this morning. And so I do think that, 4 or 5 minutes really is sufficient for the minister to address this forum, and then we can continue with the officials that are on hand. I think everybody is quite capable of doing that. But I do think that, given the state of the things that we're dealing with in this platform, it would be important for us to hear from the minister. I think 10 minutes is more than sufficient, and then we can allow the minister, as well as those who have to leave, to take their leave. Thank you.
So, Honorable Ngobeni, you are saying we can do it both ways. We can allow the minister to have a bite, and then we have discussions, and the remaining officials will then respond to the questions that are raised to the department.
Indeed,
that...
I'm supporting the assertion by Honorable Mkhize.
Okay. Honorable Minister.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you for allowing the Deputy Minister and I leave. As you said, yes, of course, it would be the desired approach to be here for the duration of the meeting. But I also just want to assure members of the committee that the DDGs are in the meeting, so that if there are any specific questions that need to be directed to the department, they'll be able to respond to them. But I just thought, Chair, what I wanted to perhaps just reflect on is the FFC's report, to say to them, firstly, I think thank you for the opportunity for us to be able to have a response to the report. And I think it's just quite important to understand, I think the FFC's a very important constitutional mandate to advise Parliament on equitable sharing of revenue is really something that we do appreciate. We also note that while the Commission's main submission for the division of revenue for 2026-2027 doesn't focus very heavily on basic education, but they raise some really important things, which I would like to just spend just 3 minutes reflecting on. The first one, the FFC raises the issue around equity in public funding. I know that the committee has also been engaged in that. This is a very critical matter, Chairperson. Our system serves over 13.5 million learners across nearly 25,000 schools. So we need to make sure that there's equity in the resources that are allocated, so that we can make sure that no child, regardless of their background, is essentially, left behind. At the same time, we also must recognize that the proposals such as costed norms approach have been carefully studied over the years, even before my time, and these reforms that we are looking at reviewing norms and standards and the costing around education must balance both fairness, fiscal realism, and obviously sustainability. So we do appreciate the FFC's input on this. As I say, I know that also the department, the committee has also been quite vocal about how do we relook at the equity in public funding. And that's something that we are actively engaged in. Secondly, the Commission's also spoken about the performance of the Math, Science and Technology grant, and we do acknowledge that there are challenges in procurement and timely spending, but also just want to assure the committee that this grant represents only but a small share of an overall non-personnel funding in the sector. The broader improvements that we've seen in maths and science outcomes reflected, for example, in international assessments, are a result of wide range interventions, including curriculum support, teacher development, and provincial initiatives. So the point is well made by the Commission around the performance of the MST grant, and that's something that as a department we are looking into. But my assurance here to the committee is to say that it's not just only the MST grant that delivers the work on math, science, and technology. There are a number of other interventions in the system that we have that support this kind of work. Then the last thing that I think I wanted to really lift up, Chairperson, is that the Commission observation on infrastructure backlogs and conditional grants. The committee here knows very well the challenges that we have with infrastructure backlogs in particular, and the fact that infrastructure does remain a massive Achilles heel for the department. And we continue to prioritize the eradication of unsafe structures, providing sanitation, water and electricity and ICT resources, which we are guided by the 10-point infrastructure strategy. But at the same time, I think it would be amiss to not really be open about the fact that this remains one of our weak points because of a number of things. Number one, the fact that the grants, particularly the EIG grant, is managed at a provincial level, and ours is to obviously help monitor that grant is spent and that provinces are actually delivering against the infrastructure targets. But at the same time, it's just also important for us to note that we have a massive target that we had set ourselves with clearing, for instance, the backlog of pit toilets, which we are moving, Chairperson, not as quickly as I would have wanted. Obviously, you will recall that we had wanted to complete that entire backlog by the end of the financial year. But I do also want to assure the committee that we are inching closer and closer to that 100% mark. In fact, I recently met with the team yesterday who gave me feedback on where we are with that. And so in engaging with the Commission today, we are really, again, very much appreciative of the recommendations that have been put forward, particularly on issues around funding formulas and the like. And we want to assure the committee and the Commission and the committee that the FFC's recommendations have been taken on board. But I also am mindful of the fact that there are a number of things that may have been mentioned by the Commission, and if of course there are some that need to be directed, our DDGs stand ready to be able to answer. I must apologize for the DM Chairperson. She will be able to join in again in the meeting at 11. So the DM and the officials will be able to be in the meeting. She lands at 11, so we'll be able to join into the meeting at 11 again. So I think we will be covered in terms of being able to answer any further questions. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. We do hope that we can take forth this discussion with the department. We'll create time where we say, which is the key question for me. We've been speaking about these things. They have been on the table for many years. The discussion we should have ourselves with the department is, how do we action these recommendations? And for me, that is a discussion that I think is key in this regard. Honorable members, I'm going to now give you an opportunity to engage with the presentation. There's an assurance that the department is still here, even if the minister is leaving. So we can still pose questions to the department, especially as it relates to the performance of this expenditure of grants and where there is challenges. So we can still pose those questions, and the department will be able to respond. I'm noting hands. I'm noting the hand. The first hand. Sorry, Honorable Shkwambana will be the first. That's the hand I'm seeing on the platform currently. Honorable Shkwambana, you can go.
I'm the second then, Chair. I've raised the hand, but I don't know why it's not visible.
Yeah, it's not visible, Honorable Mkize, but you are second. Honorable Ngobeni, Honorable Komani, Honorable Sharif, Honorable Law. Yes, Honorable Shkwambana.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings to the fellow portfolio committee members and the Department of the Basic Education. and the presenters here today. And then, Chair, I just want to highlight this, that we seems to have a serious problem in this portfolio committee, and that will be my first point of departure, to say we cannot and we can no longer
Chair, I apologize. Is it just me or is Honorable Squambani breaking? I
No,
apologize.
it's not you alone, Honorable Ngobeni.
continue
Honorable
in a manner in
Shkwambana,
which
your
was
network is
implemented,
unstable.
because it's not
So
going
you
to
were
finish the meeting time.
breaking.
That is a trend, and it's a growing trend. And we cannot come here as
You
members
are
of
breaking, Honorable
the
Shkwambana. We can hardly hear you.
portfolio committee skating ahead to us.
Let me. Am I better now?
Yes, I think it's better
Okay.
now. Yes, it's better now. You can continue.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I was saying, I think it's we have a serious problem in this committee, and we must highlight it, and we must, as business as usual, because the minister, if she's not absent in the meeting, the day she decides and chooses to come to the meeting, she's not going to finish the meeting with us. And we are now expected to only pose the question to the department personnel that are here with us. Questions being posed while the minister is there, so that all of them, they can respond to the questions at the time the questions are raised. Because when we want to engage the minister, it's difficult. We don't have that time. We have never had enough time in this committee to engage thoroughly with the minister. We will always engage the DG. So the DG must as well be the Minister of Basic Education, because we don't have a minister. The minister is either she's in the meeting, or when she's in the meeting, she's going to leave early, or she's not in the meeting at all. And members, we seem to actually want to normalize this situation. It's a very abnormal situation, and we cannot continue to allow it to happen. So, but let me come back to the presentation. That I want to welcome this presentation. It was very insightful presentation, and welcome it as the EFF. Chair, like you indicated, that as the presentation has been presented before us, there are recommendations that are there at the end of the presentation. How is the department going to make sure that there's full implementation of those recommendations? One of the recommendations is seek to want to address the issue of underspending. One will want to hear from the department as to how are you going to make sure that there's a full implementation of.
Honorable Shkwambana, we are still
Yeah, Chair.
struggling. Yeah, we're still struggling. You are still breaking a lot. So,
Recommendations
Honorable Shkwambana,
that were made here today. The reality is that our schools are actually in a bad condition. We do not have proper infrastructure in our schools.
Honorable Mandla, Honorable Shkwambana, your network is still very unstable. So we still struggle to hear you. You are breaking. So I'm going to allow the next person, and we're going to give you an opportunity to start off where you've left when you find a stable place where you can actually contribute without the network, because we are hardly hearing your points. You are breaking, so we are unable to comprehend what exactly you're trying to deposit to the meeting. So try and find a better space or a better space or location where you are, so that it can improve your network. Honorable Mkhize.
Thank you very much, Chair. May I first begin by thanking the Commission for being true servants of the people, for interrogating facts on the ground and put together a very honest report one has been exposed to. Of course, nesizulu siyasho sithi aliki isoka elingenasici salo. There may be weaknesses on the report. However, one can see that a reasonable, substantive level of effort was made to truly reflect the situation on the ground. I will point to one weakness, though, on the report as I proceed, so that the Commission could also see how it collects data. If wrong statistics could be presented while there are facts pointing to the contrary. And secondly, Chair, I need to address you as a chair and also address the committee which involves myself. We have two options, Chair. One is to let the minister free, run away without accountability as it just happened, and keep very good cordial relationship with her. Or secondly, is to make her do what she has sworn in to do, to be accountable and service the public. And right now, we have felt that as the committee, it is my held view that the minister, as Honorable Squamban has said, has to respect this committee, has to be available to this committee. And I don't think there's any higher priority than coming to account to the people. Because this committee represents the people. It's not just a nice to have platform, a nice to participate platform. So on this one, Chair, putting it on you as our leader, not because you as a person, but you as our leader, I think we failed to make the minister account. The indirect account that's going to be made by the officials is not going to assist. We have a serious problem here, Chair. And I want to say this report has actually emphasized all the recommendations that we've been making. One of those is that this committee is not going to succeed with holding this department accountable and making it to deliver in the public if it doesn't press it down to specific targets according to priorities of this committee in a way of the Department of Education, in a way that points to numbers and qualitative indicators. And the APP chair, in the previous meeting you asked me to rely on, does not answer to the questions that I asked in terms of making sure that there are specific targets for all underperforming areas for us to change the situation. And if we don't do that, it won't work. And I'm happy that the Commission has emphasized the very same point. The only point that the Commission has missed is to say there should be clearly stipulated qualitative, quantitative indicators, as well as on infrastructure, which speaks to how many new schools will be built, how many new classes will be built, and that should be viewed against the baseline. I emphasize this. And that should be viewed against the baseline. And where do we get a baseline? On classes, for example, on schools, on sanitation. There should be a specific number of schools that we know they need new classes, they need to be equipped with sanitation equipment. And if we don't know what is the problem, how deep is the problem, how are we going to fix the problem? If I could ask the minister, how many schools, minister, in South Africa need new classes? How many schools in South Africa, minister, need to be repaired? How many schools are without sanitation? And if there are answers to those questions, we should see that as our baseline to always measure how we perform against that baseline, because it should then automatically become our target, of course, spread over a period of time. So in that way, we're also going to be able as a committee to be able to influence resource allocation as this committee also presents that it is its own function, its own function, so that the budget goes to where there are problems. It doesn't go to the nice to go places. And to the commission, there was one slide where bullet point where you are saying KZN Limpopo reported 0% of inappropriate structure. And for me, I started having problems because we know the facts. If I could just take you, commission, to reality, we've got a school called Noma Geche Primary. It's got no roof right now. And you see, it's above 1. Already you've got 1. I can take you there. And last time, Chair, I invited this committee to go with me to these schools, if it can. I'm now adding the commission to also go with me. It's got no roof right now. Noma Geche Primary. It is in Mzumbe. It's got another school called Mhlalwana Primary. It's got no roof right now. It's using porta toilets, not even the pit latrines that we're talking about. We're talking about porta, the toilets that get full of feces, do not get fixed, and the children have to compete with maggots that are coming out and crawling onto their genitals. So question is, how did KZN report 0 of inappropriate structures with those schools I'm citing? I can also cite, Chair, Dubandlela for you. I can cite Sibongi Tutugo. I can cite Gamula. I can cite Izimbogotweni. I can cite lower primary, the important lower primary, Ogumshope. I can cite, the list is endless. And here on the report, we are sitting with 0. What does it tell you? Somebody lied to the commission. Then the question is, how many other lies? I also noted that the report of the commission also speaks about making sure that there's validity and integrity of data given to them to report, which then says, yes, there is lying. People are not giving the commission accurate, correct, and statistics with integrity. And that is criminality, Chair. So, as I've added all my inputs when we required this committee to write down our inputs to improve our strategic plan as the committee on how we are going to make sure that this department delivers. The committee has this report has reaffirmed to say, let us pin down the Department of Education to specific priorities, specific targets, specific timeframes, and also make sure that they allocate resources to those priorities, and we will measure performance against those priorities. And that should be within a clearly defined time frame and scope. Otherwise, Chair, if we don't do that, this committee is doomed for failure. So we will press on this, Chair. And I'm aware, Chair, that you want your committee to be effective. You want it to hold this department accountable, including the minister. And you don't want this committee to disintegrate and force us to go out and find other forms of enforcing accountability. We want this committee to do its job just like other committees, and to be honest to the process and be able to make those who need to account, those who need to improve, those who need to be fired, Because this is the life of our kids out there, the black children. The disparities that this report spoke about, those are black people. Those people are in rural areas. They've got no roof, they've got no toilets, they've got no water. They cross rivers, flooding rivers, trying to get to school, which are 10 kilometers away from home. And I'm talking about toddlers here. I'm talking about the young girls here who sometimes get raped in the bushes simply because they're trying to be schooled for better life. So, Chair, this can't be a place to be turned into a circus. So I actually agree and confirm what Honorable Skomban has said. We have to do better, Chair. We cannot have this minister coming in and going out as she likes. It can't be like that, Chair. I submit.
Thank you, Honorable Mkhize. Just before we go to Honorable Ngobeni, honorable members, the issue of the attendance of the minister cannot be a barometer that is utilized to gauge on the performance of the portfolio committee. What I think members should do instead is to propose to this portfolio committee on what steps we should take with respect to the attendance of the political head of this department. But I don't think it would be fair to utilize the attendance of the political head as a barometer that is going to be used to gauge the work or the effectiveness of this portfolio committee. There's many things that Honorable Mkhize says that for me really are just indicative of the fact that Honorable Mkhize just joined our committee not long ago. And where I'm seated, as you allude, Honorable Mkhize, that I'm the leader of the committee. I'm very proud of this portfolio committee and of all the members of this portfolio committee, including members of your party, Honorable Mgadi, and all the members that we've had, because we have really robustly held the department to account over time. And perhaps if you just give yourself time, because of course you're going to be with us for some time, you might actually have the same experience. I do not think that we can be judged solemnly based on the attendance of the minister. I think that's something that we should collectively agree on which steps we should take to deal with that issue of attendance. If we should write to the office of the speaker or the leader of business and government, we should do that. And that should be a collective decision. It can't be my decision alone. It should be a collective decision of this committee. And I believe members should rather do that, propose that, so that we deal with attendance. But I don't think we should mix that with the ability of this committee to exercise the authority we're given in to do our work, because I think this committee has done very well. Honorable Ngobeni.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. In the interests of also not trying to have a staggered internet connection, I am on the road, and so I don't want to, impede upon my ability to present our view and my thoughts on this particular matter. I think the first thing that we must do, Chairperson, firstly, I don't know if I've greeted everybody, but, all protocols observed, and greetings to all of the members. Chairperson, I think that it is very important for us, particularly because I'm hoping that this session is live, right? Because committee sessions should be live for members of the public to be able to view and also to engage with what we're doing. And so as I finish this first point, I would want to hear whether we are live or not, and that the members of the public are absolutely engaged. I think that it's important, Chairperson, for us to figure out whether or not the subject matters that we're discussing are concerning to the political head, who is the minister, because as we know, the minister is the one who is the most accountable. We don't want anyone to be thrown under the bus. What we need, which is why I proffered the suggestion that the minister should take a few minutes just to address us, whether or not she is in the meeting or not. I don't think that is totally material, but she should be able to endorse what the colleagues are going to share with us, so that should anything suffice at the end of our deliberations, that the political head can take full responsibility. You have seen in current developments where people evade accountability based on the fact that there are what they may assume as lesser beings to take accountability and be thrown under the bus. So while I support the idea that work must go on, irrespective of whether the minister or the deputy minister is in the office or in the meeting, there should be the overall understanding that they are on board with what will be presented, so that when accountability time comes, then they are accountable and they can't say, I wasn't in the meeting. As you've heard, it was before my term, all of that type of stuff. We really cannot, accept ourselves or leave ourselves to that particular kind of evasiveness as we have seen in the current time. I want to also make the assertion, Chairperson, that we really must be real. And I want to thank the Commission for their brevity with regards to how they have presented their findings to us, because we absolutely have no more time to glip over the issues that are plaguing our education system, because we are dealing with young people who will absolutely be the inheritors of this country, the democracy that we have built so far. And they are the ones who really must benefit from the work that we are doing. One of the points that I really want to bring home, Chairperson, is the idea of, qualitative information versus quantitative information. Now, I may have misunderstood or misread what the speakers submitted with regards to the ideas around timeframes. And in my view, I really would not have wanted to hear anything about 2024, because that has passed. We have spoken to the issues that have plagued 2024, and that we absolutely have missed deadlines with regards to infrastructure, pit latrines, etc., etc. And so I would want to hear just more clarity around the focus on 2024 kind of being the deadline or the date that we must consider in this meeting. And so I was quite dismayed to hear that because that has absolutely passed. I do have a couple of questions maybe for clarity, Chairperson, and I will try to skip through them quite swiftly. If I look at the FFC's report, the ideas around equity and quintile funding, it is important for, in our view, to understand, how the government justifies the underfunding of provinces like KZN, and members may have seen the minister on television this morning speaking to the KZN issue. And its inadequacies as an education system, particularly in view of its funding, and that the minister will be meeting with the Minister of Finance to try and overcome this. But I'm also very cautious, Chairperson, to just throw money at a problem. We do have a systemic problem, we do have a funding problem, but we also have a moral problem, Chairperson. And perhaps, I don't know if the current officials in the department are here to really zone in on that, because it is very clear that, we have people who are reminiscing on apartheid and what apartheid did. I mean, apartheid was an atrocious system, but the fact that our people are beginning to say it was better, it's an indictment on our work in this current administration and also the post-apartheid democratic order. I just want to get a sense as to what it is that we're trying to do with regards to that, because schools in townships and everywhere else during apartheid did not have adequate facilities, but things were still happening. We were producing stellar students. What has happened in the post-apartheid and democratic order that we are failing in this regard? We're talking about overcrowding in mud classrooms. We're talking about kids versus the kids in Bizana versus the kids in Sandton, who are able to learn in different ways. Can we just get a sense around that? Because that can't be something that we lament and we continue to speak about and not actually have targets. I did mention in our previous meeting that our sense is that South Africa really needs to understand what it is that we are educating for. Otherwise, we will always have these meetings that do feel and sound like talk shops, and I, I would want to in a way support the sentiments of Honorable Mkhize, who's frustrated. I mean, you don't have to be anywhere for a long time to realize that we are in dire straits in this particular circumstance. The issues of pit latrines, Chairperson, we had targets, and no one has held. I mean, who holds a minister to account when they say we are going to eradicate pit latrines by a certain time, and that time passes, and we say nothing, we do nothing, we make speeches, we embarrass them for a moment, and then it just passes. I don't think that we have that kind of luxury in the current dispensation, given where South Africa is. On issues of grants, I mean, we talk about billions of rand, 150 billion that has been poured into infrastructure grants. But, these backlogs persist. Do we not have a targeted approach to say Mpumalanga is now sorted, Limpopo is now sorted on infrastructure, KZN is now sorted? Are we doing a fishnet approach? I would really want to get a sense around that. Issues of outcomes and performance. Are we just really lamenting issues of funding, where we are not necessarily zoning in on the qualitative aspects of pass rates? Because you have schools that are primarily in affluent areas reporting on 100% bachelor passes, whereas in Lusikisiki or in Alexandra, are we doing the same? And are we concerned about that? Because that is a qualitative question as opposed to the numbers that pass through, because no one is going to look at where kids are coming from. They're just going to say, well, there are, 5, Black kids coming out of Saheti school, but there's 100 who are just, left languishing on the other side of the system that aren't accounted for in terms of what we report as outcomes. In terms of math, science, and technology, and I'm about to conclude, Chairperson, is, we saw in earlier this year that provinces like Limpopo showed a really, good outcome while we are underspending in MST. But, how are we, ensuring that these children are able to compete globally, given the circumstances that they come from? Because, irrespective of the fact that they might do very well from the schooling system that they come from, when they transition into higher learning and higher spaces, we find that they get very overwhelmed, and we don't see them getting through the system in ways that are progressive, and that they are able to fly in the ways that we would have thought at the end of their matric year. Chairperson, it's very important, the questions that we are asking, because we are asking both qualitative and quantitative questions, and those questions really need an answer. But I do want to commend what the Commission has done, because it has made it very glaring what it is that we are missing. And so it is very important for us to ensure that, as this particular committee, and I agree with you, Chairperson, that we cannot be gauged on the basis of whether the minister or the deputy minister are able to attend these meetings. But we do need them to attend, at least in the first half, so that they are able to say, we endorse everything that the department is going to share with you, and so that when we come up to a time when they must be held accountable, they cannot throw people under the bus, because we do know that politics does have a very important role to play in regards to how it is that we deliver to the mandates that we have promised the people of South Africa, in terms of the people that we have put in places of accountability, of governance, and of delivering the services that we have promised during each individual election cycle. With those few comments, Chairperson, I want to close there because I think I've spoken enough, and it's important that we be succinct in these meetings. So thank you for the indulgence, and thank you to the colleagues, and thank you, Chairperson, for the time that you have allotted us to be able to engage in this regard. Thank you very much. I'll close there, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Ngobeni. Honorable Komani.
Ga go leboga gadi go leboga modulasetulo ke tamiši ba mphato ke tamiši le ba lefapha la tša thuto le baeng ba rena ba go tšwa go FFC ke moka ke laetse gore o tloga o opile kgomo mmala moeng o naka dimaripa then re amogela presentation ya go tšwa go ba FFC ebile re ba leboga re le ka moso ba re direla jalo and then ke laetse gore godimo ga gore pele ke tlo tsena go presentation a ke hlomole na re motloshe ke laetse gore ke nnete our chairperson, our minister, she's not taking us serious. That one we can't run away from it. Why we say so? The minister have deliberately say publicly that the DGs are here, the deputy minister is here, they will answer us. Every question that we have, we are safe. And then while the minister will come here, tell the public that he's not needed, why can't she just go home? Because we are Shanana in this portfolio, we are correct without her, and he's her who saw that without her, we are right. And on the other hand, that makes me to speak like this. We have a problem of deputy minister. Deputy minister, when he's coming to question, there is a case where she was supposed to answer us on the absence of the on the early release of the minister. He said to us she can't say anything. Minister will come and answer us. Then so I just want to put it clear that there is no children. We are not children when we came here. We are big enough to tackle these matters with proper people, not to be in a position where somebody will send us to this one will send us to this one. That are the tactics that we will never accept to run us in this committee of basic education. Minister is sent here to serve in basic education. If she wants to be the minister of tourism, she must go there or choose to go home. Then we will be aware of who is she. Then thank you for that time. On the issue of the presentation of FFC, we are very happy, and then we are looking forward, and then we appreciate to have people who can just go and do their job and then bring the findings without fear or hesitation. Then on their presentation, we were looking forward to listen to a clear and proper equality. Some things that we should have been getting it from their findings. And then the other thing, we were looking forward to get findings about safety. The other thing, we were looking forward to get findings about people living with disability. On the report, we get findings that there is underspending in our schools. And if you will ask yourself, that how possible is it that we find ourselves in an underspending manner while people have been given money but they don't use it. And if you will make a research, the very same department have a lot of a poor infrastructure. People have spoken about roofs, walls that are dilapidated. Then if you can look properly on this issue of underspending, and then when we put closer people who are living with disability, and when we're talking about people who are living with disability, we mustn't only consider the learners. We have our own teachers who have got an accident while on duty levels, and then led them to be disabled, living with disability. Our schools are not corresponding or speaking to people with disability. We got examples. How many schools, if you may ask, that are even today without ramps to accommodate a person who is living with a disability using a wheelchair? But when people are given money, they are not considering that. Then so we want such findings for us to know where to go. When we come into issue of safety, if you can look around our schools, there is some schools that they were joined together to form a combined school. Sorry. And then on that level, we found that schools are still using one ground, 1 yard. While we know we got a primary inside here, we got a secondary inside here. We are talking from experience. We got that school in Limpopo, Elias Motswaledi, Sekhukhune, Mutse East, Second, Seremi combined school. Children of grade 1 are mixed with grade 12. Where is safety there? If you can go, we can go through it. What is it that our department is introducing our minors to? Our minors are introduced to elements that we will never have any hope about them before they reach the age of 12 years. They will be much introduced to the life of 18 years people because of Department of Education. Then we are appealing to the Commission to do further for the coming season, that they bring more information and even propose solutions to the Department of Education, because they see our political head is running away from us. Then so the Commission must just go and get the information table it to us so that we can deal with it ourselves, because we are alone here. We are not going to expect or maybe to wait for somebody who is not working with us. He's a self-deployed tourist of all over here, but it even don't bring any results for us. I've been aware for such time. I'm bringing this to you. And so we want that safety to be in a level where we can be on the same page. I hear they talk about pedlatries, and I want to make sure that a lot of schools, even those who they are trying to be shown as are on the level to accommodate, to be on a standard of flushing toilets or some sort. People who living with disability are not most considered. That is our point. We are asking for the Commission, when they are going to go on with their job, let them go deeper in that. The other thing that we must never forget, it is scientifically proven that there is no one on earth who is living without the element of disability, in which when you become old, everybody is going to reach the level of disability. For us, considering the disability, we are building our future as elders, because we are going to be disabled, so that we can even take this disability matter into our own public spaces, whereby when we are old, we can be covered. The other thing that we were looking to hear the best or the most is that on that underspending, it's a shame, but we do welcome and then appreciate the chairperson of the committee is a lady, and the other presenter is a lady who have been taking a role here today, and then they got their main insight in which they are good. They know the balance of genders. I want them to consider our children who are baby girls in schools with that thing. What do you call it? Mesamelwane ele ya basadi ela ya ga ba bona kgwedi. Le bitša ka leina le re ke se sengwe ke a tseba gore le a e tseba. We want to see the Department of Education excelling on the standard of getting our children pets. There must never be any school that must run without a free pets. Because the money is there, it just gets underspent and then it goes back. But our children are leaving schools. They always have 5 days per month of not coming to school. Then that is registered, is known by itself, the Department of Education. But this thing is solvable. What is it that the department is doing up to so far, even when it comes to a standard where they can underspend, while they got the thing to buy with that money? And then the other thing that makes our schools to have underspend, let's make sure the principals of our school, they let the independence of SGBs. Because we can't complain of a school not having windows here in this committee, while we know very well that schools are allocated funds for utilization of the SGB for minor things in schools. Then so, because of the principals who are undermining and then they want to be everything, that thing is being taken to our committee to undermine us and to undermine the department itself. And so we must make a means that we look at it so that the principals do their principal work and let the SGB to do the right thing. And on SGBs that are not doing well, like the one at Remy, who are not taking care of anything, are where the departments must come in. Because there is other things that you find at school. I don't know if is that thing legitimate. At Remy Chair, we have something in that school in the name of caretaker principal. I don't know if in the books of basic Department of Basic Education, there is somewhere where you allocated a caretaker principal, or it was supposed to be a vice principal or acting principal. There, I was there myself. I found somebody, they call him a caretaker principal. I'm asking from the Department of Education. Last I proposed that we must have a team that will take care of our report from oversight, so that we can know there is somebody or an element that will consider and make sure the follow-ups are doing or are done. Like they did last time, but that one they take somebody from the office in which when she's going outside, leaving the job behind. We want to direct this matter straight to DG. I know he's listening, and he's in most cases a better listener. I wish nothing will come and intervene with him not to listen, but I trust him. We want a team that will take care of our job. Every member of this committee who is bringing a problem here, we must have a committee of that one will make follow-up and will report to the team. I can see all of you are overtasked or overduted. That is why some of the reports that we need answers, we don't get them. And people who have to answer us, they think we've forgotten. Then so they have to be reminded that we are not forgotten. We know everything that we wanted and we are still waiting. Then so, Chairperson, yes, we can do it. The whole the problem of Department of Basic Education are too much, but I would like to take this time to thank you for allowing me to come to this standard. And then to the committee, when they go home, they must take their homework with themselves so that we can know about we can get the findings about the safety in our schools, and then equality, and that one of the pairs of our children, and then we will be more advanced. And then on safety, there's children who are passing bushes. And when you ask, they tell you that they have left the schools there where they are staying. It's right, they have done that, but now they are already to another school, there where they were supposed to be allocated a transport. Because we are talking about safety. It must come first. Then we will deal with that thing of secondary schools at their own places. And the department must come with the measurements. Why other children are leaving school, want to go to other school? Is either the school they are playing there is no time for teaching, our children are getting interested to go and play, or is either they are teaching there. Then so we must come into board a Department of Basic Education to see what to do. And the other thing is that the commission is true, yes, have been fed with lies. Some of the things that they've just marked there, they were just given the task to tick the boxes they think is proper. The districts are lying to the Department of Education. Can you believe, DG, the people whom you will send at Elias Mutwaled, the district knows nothing about that visit of your office. Then you can know we are swimming in the pool of problems here. Chairperson, I go lebo khali. Go ya ka magoro a se go tswana. Moloti se kuba kana mana apolwana.
Honorable Komani and Honorable Sharif.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And thank you to the Commission for their presentation. Chair, I will start by maybe giving a suggestion to the committee. The Minister did say that she has to attend a cabinet meeting. So I do know that cabinet meetings are very important, but perhaps as a committee, we can sort of look at how do we work around that to ensure that the minister does stay for the whole meeting. Having said that, I do think, and my view is that it is key to hold the executive accountable without fear and without favor. The role of the portfolio committee is to do oversight and to ensure that the work of the department is being implemented. And that is what we do to serve the people of South Africa. That is why we are here. That is why we serve in committees, is to ensure that we hold the executive to account. Chair, I am new to this committee. I think this is my third meeting, so I can't talk on historic work or the work that the committee has done. So I can't comment too much around that. But to get to the presentation, sort of learning how basic education works and how the department fits into everything is key to understanding the role of provinces and the role of the National Department of Basic Education. And in this presentation given by the Commission, it does state that the Department of Basic Education is there to set norms and standards, while provinces are there to implement basic education. And the findings of this presentation is very concerning, Chairperson, especially around provinces' performance, or should I say non-performance, in different aspects. So, for example, the allocation on maintenance and targets versus spending, and all those provinces that have spent more money than they have doing their maintenance of the infrastructure is extremely concerning. And the grants, the MST grant, looking at how much they're spending versus the allocation is very concerning. And I would like to also note that in the recommendations, 3 out of the 7 recommendations focused on the department, while 4 is directed to provinces. And so I would like to suggest that these problematic provinces in terms of their spending of the grants and how they're using the money should be summoned to the portfolio committee so that we can hold them accountable. Because if provinces are getting money to do a specific job, then they have to do that job. And if they are not doing that job, it is our task as the portfolio committee to ask them, why are they not doing that job, and make sure that they come and they account and they provide recommendations that we can then follow up on. My first question to the FFC is, you spoke about the progress towards meeting regulatory targets. Now, I just want to find out, and Chair, please forgive me, like I said, I'm new, so I'm sort of learning how everything works. Whose responsibility is it to ensure that this progress towards meeting the regulatory targets are? I would assume, based on logic, that it's the province's responsibilities to do that, and then the national department sort of does oversight and does interventions where necessary. But I don't want to make any assumptions. I just like clarity on that, Chair. And then I want to speak around the equity and per learner funding. Now, the presentation highlights that KZN, Mpumalanga, and the Eastern Cape have been consistently funding below the national minimum per learner threshold there, and honorable members have raised this. So I want to find out from the FFC, what are the structural reasons for this persistent underfunding, and what recommendations have you given or have you made to ensure compliance with the national minimums to protect learners' rights in these provinces? We can never forget, honorable members, that our job and our task in this committee is to protect and ensure that the children of our country is getting the best education that we can possibly provide them. A lot has been spoken on the infrastructure backlogs and pit latrines. And despite the 2013 norms and standards banning pit latrines, we have seen in this presentation that there are still learners that are exposed to them, specifically in rural provinces. So given that the right to basic education includes safe infrastructure, is there any specific fiscal reforms or conditional grant adjustments, and maybe this is a question also for the department, that needs to be proposed in order to accelerate the elimination of these pit latrines and ensure that there are no more delays moving forward? I did speak a little bit on the infrastructure grants, the EIG and the SIBG, receiving 125.5 billion since 2011. I think that's the correct, you can correct me if I'm wrong. And an average of 95% spending. But the presentation still shows us that the progress against this backlog remains poor. So people are spending the money, but the quality of or at least the reduction of the backlog is still sort of not where we want it to be. So I wanted to find out from the FFC, what do they think is driving the disconnect between the high spending performance and the weak delivery outcomes? And how would they then recommend the department? Do they redesign the grant to include stronger performance-linked conditions? And maybe for the department, what are some of the interventions or consequence management, should I rather say, towards provinces for not ensuring that the backlogs are being decreased? On the MST grants, a lot of the issues, and I can speak from Gauteng because I'm from Gauteng, there's a lot of issues around underspending, procurement delays, paying out of trenches, delivery of the materials, and essentially a lack of outcome-based indicators. So to the FFC, what changes to the grant framework would you recommend to sort of link the expenditure directly to improve learner outcomes in STEM subjects, rather than just only looking at input measures? And then, of course, lastly, going back to provinces, we really, Chair, when I look at this presentation, and I see the disparities amongst provinces, I would really recommend to the committee that let's put focus on speaking to these provinces and holding them accountable so that we can ensure that we are doing our job and making sure that the people of South Africa and the children through grade R to grade 12 are getting the necessary quality education that is enshrined in our constitution. Chair, I'll leave it at that. I hope I was clear. And as we continue with more meetings and more understanding, I think we can learn a lot about what the state of education actually is in our country. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Sharif. Honorable Law.
No, thank you very much, Chair. And let me start by also echoing the same sentiments, albeit that would have agreed with the agenda item. But I think the executive is accountable to the committee, and it's quite important that the executive must make much more time and be able to interact with us as a committee so that we're able to align the engagement and further see to it that we deal with issues that are affecting our learners in the education ecosystem. So one raises these frustrations to say, even albeit that we made means of rituals and stuff, it is quite significant that the executive remains, and then we quite to deal with issues so that time to time we don't seem to be repetitive on issues that we raise that are a bit of a frustration. So I wanted to echo the same sentiments on that and put an emphasis on that so that there should be time made onto the committee with regard to that. So I hope that the executive will make time and then will readjust to align our engagements. That remains concerns of the people, because we are interacting day to day with our constituencies with regard to the day-to-day issues that confronts them. Hence, when we get a bite in the committee, we take the bite to really put the frustrations for them to be attended to, because time to time, as we go to the masses, they will want to know what remains the feedback, as we would want to be the highest accolades of power being in parliament. So I want to get into the report that we received for the standard for public issues of infrastructure, financial and fiscal commission education infrastructure report. And I think we note the role that they are playing. And we must also, Chair, note that the entire education system serves in about 13.5 million learners in across 25,000 schools that are consistently receiving a 13% of consolidated government expenditure, Chair. And then despite all of this prioritization, we would have seen in the report, there are significant disparities in resources and persistent infrastructure backlogs that continue to compromise both equity and quality outcomes that we'd want to see as this particular way. And when you look at the commission's analysis, I think you'd see that they focuses in three aspects, which is the main education infrastructure conditional grants, and the school infrastructure backlogs, and the mathematics, science, and technology grants. And I think the main purpose, what would have wanted to attain, it was for the grants to accelerate provision, upgrade, and rehabilitate school facilities. But when you look at the report says that we've done nothing so much. And I want to echo the same sentiments again on the latter speaker, who could have said that there's money given to people, but yet there's no a tangible impact that we see that seeks to respond to the ground as to how, therefore, can people be accountable for that. And then when you want to highlight much on the last schedule of backlogs, Chair, in different provinces, I want to agree. The provinces must come to party to come and account so that we're able to deal with all of these issues, because in 1 out of 10 schools that we go to in doing our oversight work, we are confronted with issues that are of overcrowd, of unsafe and inadequate structures, that are unreliable sanitations, and that are also uneven to access essential learning for our learners' infrastructure. So we also see that there is no laboratories and there are no ICT facilities. I mean, Chair, it says a lot, and the report also comes and brings about ourselves into light on what therefore gives this an attribute towards these gaps. And then we find ourselves in certain erratic funding growth and physical reprioritization and the unreliable planning data that they could have made a means of. So I want to pose questions in the sake of progress, because it is not for the first time that we could have met the commission. And I think giving these questions, they will be able to give, and also want to trace as to what are the mechanisms that we would want to implement to ensure that the provinces like KwaZulu-Natal and Eastern Cape consistently meet the minimum pre-learner funding threshold. That's my first question. And I also want to check as to how should performance adjusted Chair, in terms of your to be integrated into the quintile based. I think it was also asked by one of the members, funding system to ensure more equitable outcomes. How do we rank into, how do we look into such, and how do we align it as per the quintile based, and want to see that there's tangible outcomes that seeks to be responsive. And we normally in this committee, our first chorus that we normally speak of those who are faced with disparities, who are from low background areas, people who are from different villages that do not have access to many of the resources that are available by government. So it becomes quite important that we understand how do we deal with such a question. And then I also want to check, Chair, given the under-utilization and delays in the MS&T grant spending, what reforms does the FFC propose to strengthen the planning, procurement, and accountability mechanism? And then should the design of the MS&T grant be reversed to include outcome-based indicators linked directly to learner performance in maths and science? And also, how does the FFC evaluate the reliance of provinces on education infrastructure grants, and what alternatives could reduce vulnerability of physical reprioritization? I also want to check, despite progress, why do pit latrines remain in some schools? And what is the role of the fiscal oversight in accelerating this eradication, if one may ask? And then what measures can be strengthened in intergovernmental collaboration to address infrastructure backlogs more effectively, especially in provinces lagging in delivery, more so specifically Limpopo and Eastern Cape and Mpumalanga, Chair. And then I would want to check also and give, how does the FFC propose addressing the inefficiencies in education infrastructure delivery, which has shown weak correlations with economic growth compared to other sectors? And given the consistently high spending rates, 95% on the EIG, why are the infrastructure backlogs and poor quality structures still so prevalent in this current conjuncture? And lastly, how should Parliament balance fiscal constraints with the constitutional obligation that the right to basic education is eminent and not subject to progressive realization? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Law, Honorable Ngadi. Thank you, Chairperson. Greeting honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, and greeting all protocol observed. Chairperson, thank you for the presentation for FSC. Chairperson, ngizocela uqala la kule case ka minister. Uminister uno deputy and bebekhulumile ukuthi udeputy uzoba available ngo-11, bese kumele nje ukuthi ayilinde nje inkundla ingene asebenze, and then ngoba vele kahle kahle uyena umuntu ofanele a-account kule committee. Nakho konke sikubuzayo uDG njengoba ethi ukhona naye unendima yakhe ayidlalayo, nominister naye ngokunjalo unokwakhe afanele akuphendule, naye udeputy naye unokwakhe afanele akuphendule. If kodwa-ke sizothini-ke ngoba phela siholwa ilo hulumeni owejeni, sizothukuma kanjalo kwamanje. Okwami Chairperson kwi-presentation ila indaba. In light of that, the fact that the public schools serve over 13.5 million learners across nearly 25,000 schools, with an average of 571 learners per school, almost double that of the independent school. Chairperson, what measures in the department taking to reduce the growing learner to school and the learner to educator ratios in public school, which continue to place enormous strain on resources and undermine equitable access to quality education? The FFC presentation highlights that while the education infrastructure grant has allocated 125.5 billion since 2011 and 2012, access to critical infrastructure such as computer centers, in the Northern Cape has declined from 53% to around 20% between 2021 and 2024. Chairperson, can the department explain why infrastructure access is regressive in certain provinces despite significant fund? And what accountability mechanisms are being put in place to ensure funds translate into tangible improvement for learners? And infrastructures, norms and standards. How can oversight be improved to ensure that province not only meets minimum infrastructure standard like water and sanitation and electricity, but also advance in providing critical resources like library, laboratory, and computer center? Ngicela ukuma lapho Sihlalo. Ngiyabonga. Thank you very much. Honorable Ngobeni and Honorable Low, can you please lower your hands? It's a bit confusing if these are new hands or if they are legacy hands.
Chair, mine is not a legacy hand. If I may if I may through you, Chair.
Okay.
Yes, I don't normally do a second bite, Chairperson, but I think this is a matter that we really must discuss or even just put on the table, even if it's not dealt with in this particular moment in time. One has been checking the trends with regards to issues of girls and menstruation, Chairperson. One has a problem with men in particular speaking about and spearheading issues of menstruation. It is a problem, Chairperson, the infantilization of people of color in particular. One has not heard the assertion made around, I don't want to say, but maybe I must say it, white children, white girls who are going through a similar thing. I think what we must do, Chairperson, is to caution against framing.
Perhaps as a committee, we can sort of look at.
It was for the grant to accelerate provision.
I'm not sure what is happening, Chairperson.
It is, but when you look at the report says that we've done nothing so much.
Chairperson, I'm not sure
Honorable
what's happening.
Can we all mute? You can continue, Honorable Ngobeni.
Yes, I just wanted to deal with something that is really a point of caution. That despite the fact that there is this wave of campaigns and of all sorts of efforts to try and frame menstruation as a problem for school-going girls. We forget that women and girls have been menstruating since the beginning of time, and we will continue to do so for generations to come. And so while menstruation in itself, it's like pregnancy, it's not a disability, and it should not be treated as a barrier to education. The real issue, in our view, Chairperson, is not menstruation, but the lack of dignity, infrastructure, and access to affordable sanitary products. So I want to give the example of Kenya and India. The government and civil society programs in those countries have normalized us being able to provide sanitary pads as part of school support, like we do in this country with regards to the provision of condoms for healthy sexual conduct among teenagers in different spaces of our time. And so, in South Africa, we really need to look at these programs and ensure that there is the provision of adequate sanitation and menstrual products, and so that we can ensure that absenteeism in this regard drops significantly. And that the focus, therefore, must not be on menstruation as a function of being a female individual, and more focus on solutions that affirm dignity and equality, that we have safe toilets. I mean, you've been to places like the Northern Cape that has abhorring conditions of public toilets, particularly in our schools, where you have EPWP programs that absolutely don't work, and nobody is actually making sure that there is a clean and safe ablution blocks for women, for young women and girls. And so, what are we going to do? Menstruation is natural. And in our view, it should never be treated as a problem. The problem lies in systems that fail to accommodate what is normal. And so, I really want the department's response to this, because the idea that we must have all of these programs that promote the provision of sanitary towels, for example, but doesn't deal with the fact that we have ablution blocks that are inadequate, even for the facilitation of changing of sanitary towels. I personally would not want to be changing my sanitary towels in some of those toilets that exist across the country. And so the issue is not necessarily menstruation. I think it must be located as such. And so, we may not be dealing with it adequately at this platform, and maybe we need to defer it to a different meeting. But to make young girls feel like, the fact that they are menstruating, is a problem, and that they can't complete education is absurd. We were young girls too. We were menstruating during apartheid, and there was no one giving us any of these things, except that we had clean, safe environments for us to do what we needed to do. And so, this problematization of menstruation is problematic, particularly when it comes from, a gender that doesn't even know what menstruation is about, and how it is that women deal with it, and how it is that we are able to navigate systems. This is not a problem. We are not sick. Women are not sick. Young girls are not sick. And pregnant women are not sick. We are just going through something that is natural. And to problematize it in our view, it is really a problem in and of itself. And I think that we need to call a spade a spade. And my assertion in this regard, Chairperson, is that we defer this conversation to a separate meeting. But I just thought that it warrants articulation in this particular forum because it came up. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Ngobeni. I fully agree that let us defer this discussion to a different meeting, and where we can also invite other committees like your DSD and the Department of Health. We've had this discussion as a committee. We've invited, I remember, 2 NGOs that actually requested to appear before us. We had this discussion at length, and the sentiments are agreed to, that it is not really a problem. And sometimes in our quest to try and engage on the availability of the dignity packs and the environment, the abolition environment, we also become, or we also now end up problematizing the menstrual cycle. And that is something that it shouldn't, because then it also promotes or it propels the stigma that we've suffered in of ourselves. And we are trying to deal with that stigma. We're trying to say to society and everyone that it is a normal, natural process, and there shouldn't be any stigma attached to it. So I think I agree that let us defer it to a different discussion altogether, a different meeting. Honorable Sharif, honorable members, please, when you do come back for the second bite, please let's keep it, let us just keep it brief so that we allow for responses and so that we can be able to have an opportunity for follow-up questions if we do have.
No problem, Chair. I don't intend to be long. I just wanted to support what Honorable Ngobeni is saying and perhaps suggest that when we do defer it to the next meeting, the department can come with a report and just basically telling us how provinces are doing it. Because I know that provinces are distributing dignity packs in different ways. And when I served in women, youth, and persons with disability in the 6th administration, we picked up a lot of disparities in terms of how much provinces are getting versus how they're spending it on dignity packs and the amounts that they are paying for these dignity packs. So I think it would be a good idea to get a report so that we have something concrete to work from, and then we can always summon those provinces who are delinquents and hold them accountable here in this committee. And Chair, on a lighter note, Honorable Ngobeni says it's not a sickness, but I tell you, Honorable Ngobeni, sometimes I feel like my uterus is trying to kill me. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, no, that is noted, Honorable Sheriff. We will definitely try and do that. On the issue at hand, honorable members, I think the first issue that came out strongly from the committee members is the issue, the attendance of the minister, the political head to our meetings. There was engagements prior. This has been a discussion that has been on the table for quite some time, and at some stage it was due to clashes between the standing committee in the NCOP and the NA, but now it's clashes between ourselves and the cabinet. Now our schedule as the NA and the schedule of committees has actually been fixed ever since the beginning of the term. So I do not think it is us as the NA who needs to shift our schedule, because by now the executive knows our schedule. So the executive knows that on Tuesdays, for example, this on Wednesday sitting, and so I agree that to a certain extent, and that's why I was saying to members of the committee that it has to be a decision of this committee if we should write or formally to raise our concern with attendance of the political head to the leader of business and governance, so that when they look at their cabinet meetings, they should consider the fact that the executive has a responsibility and they are obliged by the constitution to come and account before us. So I think that's something that we should look at, and we should agree that formally, so that we don't just lament and complain about it, because that's what we've done. We do something about it as a portfolio committee, and that decision has to be taken collectively. So that's something that I think we should look at. And of course, before we look at that, we ought to also clarify our concerns through the list of meetings that they and were able to say look to meetings and their responsibility to this, and this is to Dr. Mbava, chairperson of the commission. We met with yourselves as a committee out of our own request. We requested to meet with yourself, if you would remember, And this was, I think, in the first term or the second term. And when we met with yourselves, one of the key issues we were raising, or one of the key areas of our discussion, was that when we conduct oversight, we still see two worlds in this country. We still go to rural schools and we go to township schools, and we see a different environment, an environment that is characterized by overcrowding in classrooms, that is characterized by infrastructure that is not necessarily desired, classes or old infrastructure that is dilapidating, the unavailability of different facilities like your libraries, laboratories, your computer labs, no access to internet, where you just find internet availability being at the admin block, and the rest of the school does not have internet access, and many other issues. So the schools in your historically disadvantaged community environment is told ourselves and cover the different, totally different. We and different types of schools. Environment is the exact opposite. So it's totally different. The infrastructure is enormous. The number of facilities, including the options that are available to the learners in those schools. I mean, we went to one school where, although the SGB chose not to do African languages, the school had that length, that prerogative to even do subjects like French and other languages. I mean, that is a picture we see. And when we called you, we said these inequalities in the schooling system really are stressing us. We can't, as this generation, as this portfolio committee, look at these inequalities and say it is okay, it is fine. Something is drastically wrong. Something it's not going okay, because the education system, or our constitution speaks firstly about redress, and it speaks about transformation. And transformation from ourselves, from our understanding, was that understanding that there were two separate educations that were enacted by the apartheid, the Bantu education and the education for a different race. And that deliberately there was disinvestment in the Bantu education. So the allocation of resources in the Bantu education system by the then apartheid government was very minimum, and it was deliberate because it was aligned to the outcome. It was aligned to the product that that government wanted to produce out of the Bantu education. They wanted to produce laborers, you know. So really the dormant, the education system was dormant, and as a result, the action of resources, the investment into that education system was aligned to that. As a result, when we see the disparities today, and then we say, although you as a department will come before us and say the curriculum is the same, to where you execute that curriculum content matters. It contributes to the performance of the learners. It contributes to the performance of the teacher in the class. And as a result, this discussion is very important for us. And we're not going to stop having this discussion until we get to a point where we are seated, tangible efforts or tangible plans on the table on how we're going to remedy this situation. So my comments are really just simple. One, has there been an impact evaluation that has been conducted in this country of the conditional grants, their impact on the overall performance of the schooling system, because when you develop a program as government, there is a desired outcome, and not just outputs, outcomes. How has this conditional grants impacted the quality of the environment of education, of the basic education schooling system? Has there been that evaluation? And what, because it is a lot of investment. If we're speaking about billions of rands, it's an investment that over time this government ently chose to imbalances of the past to try and undo what was done by that different education system. So, but then in terms of its impact, these conditional grants, are we getting value for money? Is there any impact on this general schooling system, the performance of the learners, the improvement of the schooling environment? We need to get that kind of an indication, because if there has been impact, then we ought to look at how that impact is and the scale of that impact, and say in the space, because they're being discontinued, the conditional grants, I mean the ASIDI, specifically the one for infrastructure, if it is being discontinued, what is being put in place if there has not been impact of the investment that we've made over years? So that we don't do the same thing. We don't come up with the same solutions to the same problems, and those solutions don't necessarily work, or they only achieve as very minimum impact. And two, now the second thing that this government, the democratic government, did was to kind of create a single education system, because actually I'm saying there were two different, there were actually more than two education systems. So they actually brought all those education systems and created a single education system. But in reality, on the ground, and the experiences, our own experiences and the experiences of South Africans, of the citizens of these countries, that there is still sort of a different systems on the ground. Because you are saying, if it is one education system, then why is it that you've got different quality results in the quintile 4 and 5, so who still serves the very same population or constituency that it was serving during the apartheid era? And there is a different quality of performance and results from the schools that are in the historically disadvantaged communities, who were seriously disadvantaged even then. So has this single system, the development of the single, is it a single education system? The question maybe is that, is it really a single in reality? Do we really have a single education system in terms of the curriculum, in terms of the funding equality? And I want to say, this is one of the things that we engaged on when we engaged with yourself, that the disparities in the expenditure per learner per year, for me, it's what culminates into the situation that you see. Because in your quintile 5 school, expend learner per year is far much more than per learner per year in an office school, in a quintile 1 school. The situation is that if the fees now that are paid by parents are around 3.5 or 4,000 per year, per month, then you find that the expenditure on a learner in a quintile 5 or quintile 4 school per year is around 60,000, included with the subsidy that government pays, goes around 70,000. The expenditure in a public school, in a quintile 1 school, if you were to consider the amount that goes to paying teachers, the LTSM, the nutrition, the scholar transport, will take you around 25,000. So there's a huge disparity in the expenditure per learner per year. And that culminates into the propelling or the widening inequalities in the schooling system. And that is something that I think the FFC ought to speak to. And in our last meeting, we said, please go quantify, if indeed our assertions are correct, that there is disparities in expenditure per learner per year between the different quintiles. And I don't even want to enter into independent schools because that's a different discussion altogether. The second thing is, does the FFC also conduct studies on return on investment? So government spends billions of rands on educating me, or it has spent, let's say, for example, it has spent billions of rands on the education of one learner, that it has started with investing on that learner from the ASIDI level up until grade 12 or up until a certain grade. Do we get a return on that investment as government? So that investment that we've made on a single learner, are we concerned about, do we even care, or do we even discuss how do we get return? How do we then leverage on the dividend of that learner? Because for me, that is another problem. The other problem that is creating a funding problem is, of course, the shrinking fiscal. Now, the shrinking fiscal is because we are producing, and I think Honorable said it about the quality of the education that we are. So we're spending all this money producing young people through an education system, a basic education system. Do you gauge at a commission level the number of learners that then go to the higher education and also go out of the higher education and comes back and enter the labor market, or they start participating in the economy so that the state can be able to get through taxation, through taxation? Do we actually look at that? Because I agree with your proposal on the costing mechanism only. We look at the input only. We don't look at the kind of return. So we don't align what we put into the system with the desired outcome. What exactly are we trying to achieve out of this investment we're making in the system? Then we're not going to get it right. We're just going to be all over the place. We're going to be just pocket dealing with that at that space, and we're not going to comprehensively really deal with it, or characterize our basic education system. So for me, I want to understand if you do align. Has there been any exercise to align the outcomes that we want to get out of this process, out of this investment, versus the understand what we're trying to achieve? Then that will guide the kind of investment that we're making into the schooling system. Of course, I also want to, the health evaluation content, and I want to hear this from the Department of Basic Education on its competitiveness. I think one member spoke about that. That is our curriculum content in the basic education. Is it competitive? Because if the curriculum content is inferior, then we are not going to deal with the inequalities. Then we will not redress the imbalances of the past, because one of the key imbalances of the past was that the certain curriculum content that was taught deliberately was inferior. And if indeed now it is still inferior, not because there is a deliberate effort to make it inferior, but because of the availability of resources. So we are unable to actually adopt a certain curriculum content that is competitive, that is at the world, because of cost constraints. To know as a committee, because that is what perpetuates inequalities. It is what perpetuates the difference between that, or the outcome, or learner who is from a quintile 1 school and a quintile 5 school, as they enter the higher education, then they are met with different barriers because of the content of the curriculum, or independent school, for example. So we need to, what is the outcomes of that work? The last one for me is the costing mechanism that you approach issue of basic education. Does it executive intervention? Does it require a bill, a law, a legislation, or does it really just require an executive regulation so that we know who's responsible? Who's responsible to bring this discussion to the table so that society engages on it, different stakeholders engage on it, and finally we have some kind of a moving forward, because we can't just come here every day and lament schools in rural areas are townships are underfunded, vis-a-vis in other areas. We've got to now say, okay, we are posing this. So in terms of the OFC, does it require a legislative intervention or an executive intervention in your own view? The issue of deadlines, I fully agree with the person, I think it was Honorable Ngobeni who spoke about the issue of indication of pit latrines having been marched, and the minister spoke to it that no, we missed the deadline. It's unacceptable. It's unacceptable, and I agree that we ought to do something about the fact that the department can't keep on missing deadlines. They miss deadlines on the pins, they meet deadlines on the regulations of the Bella Act. So they just miss deadlines, and it's just okay. You are wrong, you are wrong. There must be accountability. Somebody must be held accountable. If it is whoever who is responsible for the department missing the deadline, the department must come to us and demonstrate that there has been consequence management, because it's really something that is unacceptable. By now, it's September. We thought where we are seated, given the fact that when the seventh administration started, a lot of work had already been. So they were actually completing a process that had already started. It came to us, the legacy report actually said to us, latrine toilets have already been eradicated. And they said to us, we're left with about 600 and something schools. So where we are seated, we thought by now, September, there will be no discussion. We will no longer be pit latrine facilities in schools. Behaving this at this time of the year, because we were given a commitment, and this commitment was made in this committee. So it is actually there under oath, a commitment that by March, all pit latrine toilets would have been eradicated. Now, the fact that we're still discussing it is a serious problem. It's a serious problem, and it shows failures of the department. So the department must tell us who must be held responsible, and they must show to us and demonstrate that there has been consequence management, somebody for the meeting of this deadline. So I'm just going to leave it there and allow first the FFC to respond, and then we then go into the department to respond on issues that relate to the department. Chairperson of the commission.
Yes, thank you so much, Chairperson. Thank you so much to all the honorable members for the comments and areas of clarity. We appreciate the input and the vibrant engagement, Chair. Chair, let me start by
Chairperson, that's to
yes.
the chairperson of the commission. Chairperson of the portfolio committee, can we just get a sense whether we are live or not? And that, can I ask if we are live or not? That is all. I don't think that
Yes,
question
there
was
is
answered.
parliament.
I apologize for interrupting the chair.
There is okay, there is parliament streaming. If you go and check on your list of attendance, parliament streaming, Honorable Ngobeni. Parliament, there is. Chairperson of the commission, you can continue.
Yes, thank you so much, Chair. Chair, I wanted to just indicate that we would like, as a commission, to be part of the committee's oversight when we go and verify the numbers, because there has been questions about the numbers, whether the numbers are a true reflection what is on the ground. So as part of the monitoring and evaluation aspects and the doing of oversight, as a commission, we would like to be part of that so that we can get clarity on the numbers that we are given as well. And then also, Chair, I would like to indicate that indeed the department can commission an impact evaluation if they have not done so through the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. The last time I do remember that there is a national evaluation plan where on an annual basis, key programs are evaluated and then the impact thereof is measured. So I would want the department, if they haven't done so, to probably look into the impact evaluation of conditional grants within the sector to assess their value and to assess their impact. And then, Chair, I think you have raised quite an important fact with regards to whether do we have two education systems in the country. I think it is unfortunate that 30 years in our democracy, we can, based on what is available to us and the data that we have, argue that we operate with two parallel education system, one that is well-resourced and also one that is under-resourced. It is a concern, though, because we do have a single national education framework that is governed by the Department of Basic Education. But within this framework, we see these stark disparities in funding, in infrastructure, teacher equality, and also the outcomes that we see. I think it's concerning, Chair and members, that in 2025, we still have, based on our analysis, 287 pit latrines. Most of these are in the Eastern Cape and also in KZN as well. So the question we have to ask ourselves is, do we have political will to actually implement what we have said we're going to do? And as the FFC, our role is to ensure that we give you, as the members of this committee, the data, the information, so that you can be able to hold the executive accountable in terms of implementation. So I think the important thing here is about the political will to actually implement. On the commission side, we bring the information, the analysis, and there are other issues that were raised, Chair. Many questions were raised by all the honorable members, Honorable Mgandi, Honorable Mkiza. They raised various pertinent questions, and Honorable Ngobeni as well. We have noted all those questions, and we might will respond definitely in writing to the committee in detail as to some of our thoughts on that. Chair, I know that I have some commissioners on the platform who might want to comment. I know Commissioner Fowler is quite, education has got a very close or soft space in his heart. Commissioner Fowler, if you want to come in on some of these issues which were raised, other commissioners as well, and then also research can come in as well. Commissioner Fowler, your thoughts, please. I don't know if Commissioner Fowler is still on the platform. I'm not sure if there are other commissioners. He might come in later. Chen and the researchers, your thoughts?
Thank you, Chair, and greetings, protocols observed to the honorable chair members. Thanks for the questions. I'm going to rather leave it to the research team with Neo and Nosisa to answer the question, except to answer one. Yes, FFC has conducted research on the impact of conditional grants and on the broader economic and fiscal impact of education and investments there as such. And the findings, if I may just refer you, and I would most encourage and recommend that we have another session specifically on our submission for the Division of Revenue Research, because that's where you will find the findings of such questions. Well, number one is that at the macroeconomic level, we don't see the investments on education infrastructure to be an effective determinant for economic growth. That's first unfortunate finding. And reason being that it's no longer the case that resource is insufficient as such. It is about how it's being utilized. It has been found that it is ineffective and inefficient and determinant for economic growth. And also, just to kind of the secondary evidence supporting this finding is, as honorable chair members, you in the deliberations correctly point out, that facing with such high levels of underspending in various aspects of infrastructure, education, or education itself, it therefore points to the fact that the money definitely is not that it's not enough to use, but it's that it hasn't been used. And therefore, without that it being used, money being spent by the various implementers in the education sector, then no wonder, right? It's a sufficient but not a necessary condition. And so the sufficient condition is not even satisfied in terms of spending. Of course, we're not going to get the outcome of increasing or having an effective outcome on educational deliverables and returns. On the second point on the impact of conditional grants education, would like to again come back to our submission for the divisional revenue submitted this year, but for the financial year of 2026-27, which you may find as we have tabled it to Parliament as a whole, including all the other committees. We essentially tabled it at the Speaker's office. That unfortunately conditional grants to do with infrastructure in general, and of course education being a key component of it, is that it does not follow the incentive structure of these conditional grants. In other words, that we find that as in terms of just spending, is that somehow more spending, right, higher the proportion of spending, somehow the money allocated to it went down as opposed to going up, and also places where the conditional grants spending been going down and somehow the allocations been going up. This crisscrossing that makes no incentives or no rational justifications or logic in terms of incentivizing and or making sure that better performance is rewarded and poorer performance is penalized, which I think is the fundamental logic to ensure that resources are being used effectively and efficiently. Lastly, if I may point out, as honorable chair members, you'll recall that in our last or previous submission to this portfolio committee is the question that how come the quality is not being able to be brought up. And I think today, I think honorable members have pointed out, especially Ngombeni and Sharif have pointed out some very interesting points here. South Africa, even despite the historical and legacy disadvantages, has been producing in certain segments of it, good quality educational outcomes. But since then, I think the focus has been shifted to, instead of doing more or expanding on what was working and making sure that that is now no longer beholden to the atrocity that was called affirmative actions of the educational system. Instead of expanding it, we instead focused on trying to recreate the systems in school infrastructure, for that matter, in all the parts of South Africa and in societies. And I think that is kind of missing the goals and the purpose of the to transformation, because remember that in any kind of transformation or recovery or essentially corrections to be done, it needs time. Time which actually our young, future generations of South Africans don't have actually. So we need to look to solutions that can immediately accommodate them. Meanwhile, also take on other agendas to try and make the system, more and equitable ultimately in the end. And so I think that was a missed opportunity in that we then tried to create a lot of these new schools, which we had to put in a lot of sunk costs. And also, notwithstanding all the when I say environment, I'm not talking about, weather. I'm talking about the students or the youngsters' living environment. And we try to do too much. And of course, we're going to find ourselves, number one, not having enough money to take on such a big project in its first instance. And second, ultimately, it's how these deficiencies starts to pop up, like pit latrines. You'll see actually some of these pit latrines, there are new pit latrines, if I can put it like that, that was later created with these new schools that was quickly propped up and then not following norms and standards, not being done well, not being built well, or money not being spent well. And then we are now sitting with an even bigger problem on the infrastructure side. And that's not to stress the point, is that by the time we actually finished with these issues, the youngsters, they've already graduated and moving on to they've grown up. They've missed the opportunity as we could have offered them through some of the other, had we expanded on some of the other parts of the educational system that may have been able to accommodate them and to give them a proper opportunity. Thank you, Chair. If I may give quickly, then if Neo and Nosis, I would like to add on any of those other points.
Thank you, Chen. Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank you for the comments. I just want to highlight a few issues. The first was raised by Honorable Mkhize around the weaknesses on the data collection. And he mentioned the 0% that was recorded in some of the provinces. So our response into that, we've acknowledged in our presentation that the provinces, Honorable Chair, with 0 inappropriate structures, indicating either better infrastructure or possible underreporting. That is also the reason the Commission recommends DBE to strengthen the data management and controls to ensure better evidence-based reporting. Then also, Honorable Ngobeni raised the issue as to why the Commission is focusing on the 2024 financial year, whereas we've already passed that. So the reason for that, Honorable Member, is that the 2024 is the most recent year for which we have a complete data set showing both the target and the actuals. So we will only have a complete data set for the current year after the financial year end, which is March 2026. And also, Honorable Ngobeni, you've also raised an issue of how the commission, the idea of how we justify the underfunding, something like that. So I think there I will just provide a simple response that the underfunding is often justified on the grounds of compliance or capacity. Then, Honorable Komane, you've raised a very important issue around the findings on the disability. It is a very important point, and we welcome that. However, for this particular briefing, the focus was on the expenditure patterns and budget allocation. However, as the Commission, we can explore that area in future. And then, Honorable Sheriff, you've raised many points. I'm not sure whether I've managed to take them all down. But on the issue towards meeting the regulatory targets, I think the provincial Department of Education are primarily accountable, but they operate under the DBE oversight. And also on the issue of structural reason for underperforming the Commission there, we reiterated our recommendation of 2001 that a costed norms approach be adopted, where full costing should be undertaken by all provinces, particularly in the provision of education. And also on the issue on grant frameworks recommendations to make for us to make more targeted and evidence-based recommendation on the grant framework. I think we would need additional time to conduct a proper research and analysis. That way our recommendation can be both technical and sound. I will pause here and then hand over to my colleague Neo if he wants to add something. Thank you.
Good day again, honorable members and also chairperson. I think Nosisa covered a wide spec of what I wanted to cover. However, I'll add to the question that was raised by Honorable Sheriff on the adjustment, whether we can adjust some grants to try and expedite the meeting of targets, particularly referring to pit latrines and all that. So our fear here is that if we were to throw money to issues without really addressing systemic issues that affect the actual desired outcomes, then we would not be doing justice to that. So we can have a grant, a new grant, or adjust the grant. However, the performance of that grant will be unknown. Therefore, to actually fund something unless we understand the root cause of the current funding challenge, we believe that it will not really do justice to that. So the advice is that we try and look at the current funding challenges and also do a root cause analysis and understand the root cause of the challenges that we have. Therefore, we can then move forward. Sometimes it's not always about just issuing funding or grant funding or expanding the funding capacity. It's also about trying to get the root cause and solving the issues on the ground before issuing funds. Thank you, Chairperson. That's my take.
Thank you so much, Neo. Just before I hand over, Chair, I think, and members, I think as a country, we have to have the will to tackle this two-tier or dual structure of our education system, which is essentially perpetuating poverty and inequality and resources that are unequal. And so I think the core of this dual structure or this two-tier education system, that is the reality on the ground, even though on paper we are supposedly having one basic education system, is the issue of unequal funding. we do not have an equal funding distribution as a country in 2025. And as a commission, we'd like to work with this committee and the department to address this challenge of funding, because that is the core. That is the core that is driving this inequity in the education system, in the basic education system. So with those words, Chair, I want to hand over back to you, and then we can take it further. Thanks so much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. DG, you are in the meeting. DM, I hope you are in the meeting. Let's then hand over to the department. DG, DM, you'll decide who leads the response.
Chairperson, I don't see that DG is able to come on, although he is in the house. So I'll facilitate getting responses, if you don't mind, just to help us to get all the responses. From the side of the department, I'll start
Sorry, Ms. Geya, I am in the meeting.
Sorry, DG, I thought you couldn't connect. I'll hand over to you then.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Good morning, Chair, Honorable Chair, and Honorable Members. Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can hear you, DG.
Thank you ever so much, and good morning to the Chair of the Fiscal Finance Commission and commissioners and the technical team of researchers from the Commission. Let me also take this opportunity to welcome the presentation and the engagement. Woefully aware, Chair, that is actually not our day, it's the day of the Portfolio Committee and the Commission. And we're just coming in maybe to respond and clarify on some of the issues and acknowledge also the technical team of the Portfolio Committee and officials from the department. Just a few things, maybe before I get into specific questions. We had requested, Chair of the Commission, that it might be useful to also have an engagement between you or maybe your technical team and us, so that, you know, basic things like numbers that are not numbering, we can sort them out even before coming to a forum such as this one. Honorable Mkhize acknowledged, and I think Honorable Mgadi even indicated that our learner numbers for 2024 is 135,27285, not 12 million as the presentation indicated. If you get some of these things sorted out even before, I think they would add even more value to the analysis. I don't want to come across as nitpicking, but they help. But also in the way we calculate some of the things like bachelors, for instance. Let me give an example. Bachelors in the system for 2022, you had quintile 1 to 3 at 64.4, quintile 4 and 5, 35.6. In 2023, 65.3, quintile 1 to 3, quintile 4 and 5, 34.7. 2024, quintile 1 to 3, 67.1, and quintile 4 and 5, 32.9. Now, how the researchers arrived at the calculation of 44% and lower, I don't know how they calculate. It's not easy to calculate these numbers unless you work with us, because we use our formulas to calculate the numbers. And it's likely that people can make errors. And the president had given us a target of 60%, I think 4 or 5 years ago. We have exceeded In other words, 60% of bachelors coming from quintile 1 to 3. He had given us about, I think, 4 or 5 years. We exceeded the target much earlier than what the president had indicated to us. So I'm just saying, meeting, comparing notes from technical level, it can help us a lot. We have a team of researchers who publish locally and internationally, who can work with your team of researchers, chair of the commission, just to sort out the numbers so that when we come here, the battle is not around the numbers, but it's rather confirming, as we broadly confirm what has been shared with the portfolio committee. Let me come to infrastructure. I'll come to specific questions. I accept, Chair, that we've not met the target of covering all the schools that were given to us. Initially, it was 3,898, and the number reduced to 3,372 because some schools got merged and closed, as we all know, and some even got covered from the EIG. And these are schools that are only covered from school backlog grant that we are reporting about. There are other schools, pit latrines that provinces are reporting on at provincial level, which are implemented through the EIG or the equitable share. And we stand at 97.6%. And you are right, Chair, to say we've not been meeting our deadlines, I think, twice so far. And the problem is, of course, because of a number of factors, which we are ready to present to you about on consequence management. We've stopped allocating schools to some implementing agents because they were not moving as fast as we should. We have about 10 implementing agents. When I talk about implementing agents, I'm talking about DBSA, IDT, KUGA, NECT, and some provincial education departments of public works that are also implementing on our behalf. We've also fired contractors. We have blacklisted some of them. That's some of the consequence management. In some implementing agents like DBSA, project managers and program managers have been dismissed because of the inability to, that's the pressure that we have put. I have personally gone out to visit construction by construction. I can claim that I know at least the bulk, if not most parts of provinces such as Limpopo, Eastern Cape, and KZN in particular, but I've been to others. But these 3 provinces I've visited more frequent than any other province, because that's where the prevalence of the pit latrines have been. I would also want to understand the notion of saying there are new pit latrines that are created. I'm hopefully aware we presented to you, even Chair, the problem of vandalism and the lack of upkeep and maintenance of infrastructure. We are taking action. Mr. Mafuku is in the meeting. We've got a program that we are using to address school governing bodies and school principals around the upkeep and maintenance of school facilities, which is another drawback to the investment that government is making. I will be the first one to accept that we are not moving as fast as we should, but that things are probably worse than they used to be. It can be true, and I'm going to point to some of the facts that indicate that that's not true. Inappropriate structures, we had 331. We've covered all of them, 331 that we had, that were given to us. Woefully aware that over time, because our maintenance is not in keeping with the need that is out there, as the report of the FFC has indicated, in between some schools deteriorate and they also add to the list that we have. But the list that we had before, we've covered all the 331. Schools that needed water supply, we had 1,336. We've covered all of them. So in terms of sanitation, I've said for safe, we are at 97.6%. In terms of electricity, we had schools that were given to us as DBE 342 from ASIDI. We've covered all of them. Overcrowding, we were given 7. We've covered 4. We are remaining with 3. Let me go to the issues that were raised by honorable members, starting with Honorable Shikwambana. The issue of the absence of the minister, you've resolved. Whether it's legitimate or not, you'll take it up with the relevant structures, Chair, but we'll report back to the minister that this matter was raised. The implementation of the recommendations, Honorable Shikwambana, we take this very serious. In fact, before we came here, I subjected the presentation to the team of researchers that I said they must look at. They said broadly they agree, but there are areas where they need to exchange notes with the researchers of the commission, so that some of the things that I've raised here are, not necessary really to worry us. I agree with you that because our maintenance is not in keeping with the need that is out there, some of our schools are not in a proper state of maintenance. But part of it is that managers are not taking charge of management of facilities that they are using. And I'm referring to school principals. Some of them have been very honest with me, because when I get into a school, I get into all toilets. Of course, if it's female, I have to be led by my female colleagues and the teachers themselves to check them. I go there and check them. And in most instances, principals, whether male or female, would say, to be honest, I've never been to check the toilets of the boys. I've said, and I would say to them, they are in a bad state, and they can attract an outbreak in diseases, which might lead to litigation to the department and so on. That's why we started with this program that Mr. Mafuku is running for all school principals and school governing bodies. The major challenge in our schools is the maintenance and upkeep of facilities, including vandalism that comes from the immediate communities, vandalism and theft within the immediate communities. Honorable Mkhize, I've addressed the issue of factual inaccuracies. We can compare notes, meet with experts of the commission, and just deal with issues of factual inaccuracies. Specific targets in terms of, we've got them in the APP, and we're reporting to the committee on those on a quarterly basis. If there are views to change them and so on, I think the chair would be open to that. The issue of time frame, scope, and resources, they are included in the APP. Data on infrastructure needs. We have worked out our backlog, and I'm surprised that somebody is saying the problem is not money. Money is a problem. Money is a big problem in dealing with infrastructure backlog. In fact, in the past, the problem used to be spending. Spending is no longer a problem in infrastructure. We can talk about other grants, not in infrastructure. Expenditure is not a problem. The problem is adequate resources to deal with our infrastructure backlog. We don't have enough. Apart from the fact that even what was allocated to us was cut, I expected the commission to say something about austerity measures and budget cuts to our allocation, especially on infrastructure allocation, but that was not covered. I've noted the names of the schools that you have raised, Honorable Mkhize, the school in Zombe and other areas. So we'll follow those up. And Honorable Honorable Ngobeni, Honorable Lerato Ngobeni, issues of deadlines of infrastructure, I've indicated that. But I also want to say, Honorable Ngobeni, maybe because I will accept that our communication is not what it should be, but we've delivered more infrastructure than the previous government ever did. The problem is upkeep and maintenance, and I accept that. But we've delivered more infrastructure. In the Western Cape and other areas, we've built more structures in the Western Cape, in the Eastern Cape, than in any other province. And in fact, the fear now is that because of depopulation of some of the areas, some of the schools are running empty. People are moving in search of sustainable livelihood in other areas. Schools are running empty in the Eastern. We've built more schools there than anywhere else, including eradicating pit latrines. And well, you've also raised the issue of performance of schools during and post-apartheid. We can look at that. And the other difficulty is that during apartheid, only few learners from previously disadvantaged schools were able to attend. You can't even compare that with the current dispensation. It's two worlds that are far distinct from each other. You would have never thought that you'd deal with grade 12 learners of 1 million. It was a fraction. It was about, if it went to 10,000, it would be quite a lot for the whole country, because it would only be those who could afford to go to school. But now, affordability is no longer an issue, because government has removed the issue of paying school fees for those who can't afford. Quintile 1 to 3 is free. And that's why even the numbers, I've given the percentages of learners from quintile 1 to 3 that are able to get bachelors and go to university. It's around the 60%. We are heading for 70%. It's now 60. Last year it was 67.1 to 32.9. We are very close to hitting 70%. And that's what President calls a silent revolution, because that's what would change lives in rural communities there. If more learners or more percentages of learners from rural areas are able to get bachelors and they get to universities, they'll be able to change lives back home. What are we educating for? We're educating for our young people to have skills and competencies for a changing world, so that they are able to participate meaningfully in our economy in the region and including in the globe. That's what we are educating for. The issue of pit latrines and targets we failed to meet. I've spoken to that. The issue of quality aspects of performance of learners. Bachelors is quality, distinctions is quality, and that's how we define it. Even when we report in our technical report, we put those out and say, in terms of 6 sustainable or social justice principles of access, redress, equity, quality, and inclusivity, how are we doing? In the National Senior Certificate, we report based on those social justice principles, and we put out data, this information is also available on our website, where we are able to report on those social justice principles. So the quality aspects of performance are covered there. The McKinsey report on systems that improve against all odds was shared with you in the last portfolio committee. We presented a slide on the McKinsey, which compared us with other systems in the world, just to look at how the South African education system is performing. MST, Limpopo performs very well. Do they get through to the system? Yes, Honorable Ngobeni. That's why the governor of the Reserve Bank is in from Limpopo, And what else? Statistician General is from Limpopo. I'm reliably informed that math-related subjects, previously disadvantaged communities, are dominated by Limpopo. Minister Motsaga used to talk about the Limpopo surprise, that learners from Limpopo seem to be performing better than learners from anywhere else in the country when it comes to math-related subjects. You can find them. Professor Marwala, who's an envy of South Africa now. The world is looking after him. He's in charge of UNESCO University for Technology in Japan. Comes from Limpopo. I can mention many. They are doing exceptionally well in maths-related subjects. And many schools there, they offer maths to previously disadvantaged communities. And we're encouraging many provinces to follow the example of Limpopo. I take your caution and the chair's caution around the issue of menstrual a cycle that our girl learners are going through. That I agree with you. Maybe it requires a separate debate for some other time. Safe to say that in all our new facilities that we built, we provide she-beans. And I think we provided pictures of that in our presentations. We can come back. It's an absolute necessity. No school should have toilets without she-beans. We providing that. It's mandatory for all our facilities. And we are looking at even going back to old facilities to make sure that she-beans are provided there, so that maybe the feeling that you have about schools that you visited, we deal with that as well. But I'm sure we'll deal with this in a separate discussion. Honorable Komani, expenditure, yes, in some areas we are not doing well, but in others we've improved phenomenally. I've given the example that EIG expenditure is no longer a problem there. School backlog grant expenditure was a problem. Maybe that's why the commission recommended even to Treasury to merge the school backlog grant and EIG, because the school backlog grant was overheating every year. It used to underperform. But in the last 4 to 5 years, Mr. Mafuku can confirm here, we've just been overheating. We have mastered the art of spending. Spending is no longer a problem, and we can even link our spending to the outcomes and the impact that it brings. The improvement that we even see in our results in grade 12 or even some of the lower grades, it's attributable to the infrastructure rollout in part that we have made. And that we can actually link, as the chair of the commission indicated, that maybe we should commission a study if we have not commissioned one. I think we're happy to do that as well. And then the issue of people living with disabilities, we're trying to provide for that. We are not 100%. Our infrastructure is mandatory. Whether you have a learner who has a physical disability or not, we're planning for the future. You've got ramps, you've got toilets for both teachers and learners. Let me not say teachers, for staff and learners, which provides for disability. You can look at all our facilities that we provide. They do provide for that, Honorable Komani. And then safety of learners in terms of infrastructure. We've also tried to address it. For instance, grade R learners, we are separating them from bigger learners in terms of their units, so that they enjoy supervision of teachers even when they went to use sanitation facilities. They do that under supervision. It's part of their education and so on. Provision of for disability in our schools, I've indicated how we are trying to do that. We might not be at 100%. Honorable Ngobeni and the chair have given us guidance regarding issues that relate to dignity pads, that relate to, the provision for girl learners. So I think we'll just follow that advice. And then principals and SGBs who do not do their work, we do try Honorable Komani, if you bring it to our attention to address these things. I'm just disappointed that you are saying our officials are lying. I don't want to say that. If I could get a list of those who are lying so that we also invoke consequence management, because lying is a very serious matter. You can't be lying on things that members of parliament are raising as part of their oversight work. And then because of that, they don't receive attention. A caretaker principle, you do get a caretaker principle. It's just the common term is a caretaker principle. The policies and legislation use administrator. In the absence of a principal, you can put in somebody in the interim until you sort out the issue of the principal. Responsibility to take care of reports of your oversight work, Mr. Mahada. In my office is Mr. Mahada, and Mr. Mahada reports to a chief director. Anything that has to do with your oversight, Honorable Komani, is Mr. Mahada. And I'm sure you all have access to Mr. Mahada. His number will be made available to all of you, so that if there are issues that you want us to take up, go and visit a school, go and investigate some of the things that you want investigated, Mr. Mahada is the one. He's the one dealing with matters that relate to oversight structures of parliament in my office. Learner transport and safety of learners, I take your point there, that our provision of learners transport does not cater as yet all learners who are in need. And we've acknowledged that, and we've been addressing it with provinces, including National Treasury. Honorable Sharif, holding the executive to account, I think you've dealt with that with the chair, but the chair did indicate that, of course, they will look at this in a manner that is befitting. The role of national versus PEDs, I fully agree with you. Concurrent functions, Schedule 4 functions in our constitution, which defines the role of a national department versus provincial department. In the main, policy support and monitoring departments, that's a national department function. PED's responsibility is implementation. PED expenditure to be summoned to PEDs, I think you're supported by Honorable Low there. It will help us a great deal. We've got standing and structured meetings with provinces. I meet with them regularly to push them around the area of expenditure. There is improvement in some areas. In some areas, we're still lagging. So I'm the first one to accept that. Responsibility of meeting targets. Well, you've also delineated this quite eloquently. There are targets that relate to national and those that relate to PEDs. And I think if accountability is aligned in terms of that, it will help us a great deal. Equity per learner funding. I think what should have dominated the discussions today, Chair, with the greatest respect, should have been, is the FFC formula working? Are indices of redress in the FFC formula for distribution of financial resources to provinces working? The true world that you characterized is there. Nobody can deny it. But the question is our funding formula working? Why is it that there's still a gap between Gauteng, Western Cape, and the rest of the other provinces? I think maybe at some point that question would be asked and we'll all engage with it. There were indices that were directed at redress and so on. To what extent? In the past, the issue used to be spending. Spending is no longer a problem, quite honestly, especially for what for what we are responsible for as basic education, spending is no longer a problem at all. In fact, the BFI, budget facility for infrastructure, has been made available to Western Cape and Gauteng. And this provided more financial resources to Gauteng and Western Cape, which are more affluent provinces compared to the other provinces, and whether that is going to widen the gap between Gauteng and Western Cape and the rest of the other provinces, I think we can see it now already. Although it's also going to be extended to other provinces. But I'm just raising the question whether the formula on the distribution of resources across provinces has narrowed disparities between the haves and the have-nots, affluent versus provinces that are coming from a disadvantaged background. My own take would be the gap has increased phenomenally, and we need to examine as to what increased that gap. The issue of inability of PEDs not to meet the threshold, Honorable Sharif, we've had several meetings with them. All of them, without fail, they are saying it's because of austerity measures and budget cuts. Education departments are your biggest departments in the provinces. When National says to provinces, contribute this much from budget cuts, they go straight to education, they go and cut. They don't care whether that budget is supposed to provide for teachers or not. The biggest lies come from KZN. In 3 years, KZN lost 26 billion. No wonder that KZN couldn't even transfer a cent to schools. And we met last week, Friday, provincial treasuries and provincial education departments. Provincial treasuries acknowledged. They said, yes, austerity measures and budget cuts. We were expected to contribute a certain amount to what National was asking for. We couldn't leave out basic education, and therefore we had to cut from basic education. And that's why you have these disparities now in meeting the threshold for norms and standards for school funding, which means the gap between the rich and the poor is going to continue between provinces now. That's where the problem is. And I'm raising it because appropriation sits with you in national parliament, but also in provincial parliament. And then dealing with pit latrines, I've addressed that. Reducing of backlog, Mr. Mafuko has got figures on backlogs. That's why I don't agree that somebody who says money is not, money is a problem. We need more money to deal with the backlog that we have. If we move at the pace that we are moving now, Mr. Mafuko can tell you it's going to take us more than 10 to 20 years to deal with the backlog that we have, if we ever get to a point of dealing with it. And the president was looking at other funding mechanisms. PFI is one of those where you are able to front load money and bring it much earlier, like Western Cape and Gauteng have done. Linking expenditure to outcomes measures, we are already doing that. When we release our results, I mean, we release them in terms of, no fee versus fee to evaluate the impact of whether, and it has shown, I've given you the figures, of close to 70% of learners who come from quintile 1 to 3 who are getting bachelors compared to those who come from quintile 4 and 5. A report of how PEDs are doing in providing dignity packs. We said we'll deal with that at some later date. Honorable Low, aligning the schedule of the executive with dates of the meeting with the portfolio committee. The chair has given a very clear directive now to deal with that matter. Disparities in the provision of resources, I fully agree, and I've even provided more information why. If budget cuts and austerity measures continue, the disparities will continue. If budget cuts and austerity measures will exonerate basic education like it's happening in other countries, I think we'll be talking a different story. The issue of the poverty ranking of schools and resourcing, yes, that's another area I think which would require more work going into the future. Redesigning of grants and meeting priority imperatives. We are doing that through changing the grant framework every year. For instance, we are now looking at the MST, Math, Science and Technology grant to also fund our focus schools, which is not enough because it's a new priority initiative that we need to factor in. Fiscal constraints and the right to basic education. It's a very sticky debate and discussion, and I think we definitely at some point need to get to it and address it, because the right to basic education is being compromised because of fiscal constraints. So I fully agree with you, Honorable Low. Honorable Mgadi, measures to deal with the growing learner numbers. The only way is to provide more facilities. The reason why many of our schools are getting overcrowded, the funding has not been keeping pace with the number of learners who are enrolling in the system. The number of posts for educators have either remained constant or being reduced while the learner numbers are increasing. I mean, it follows as day follows night, that if that happens, then overcrowding becomes the order of the day in our schools. And that's what our budgets are showing. Computer centers and libraries, the comment that I want to offer is that, yes, I agree with the report of the commission, but maybe as we meet and compare, we look also at the provision of devices than just computer labs. There are other ways that you provide for these devices. Libraries, we talk about multimedia now, and I'm sure we can share more information on some of these things so that in future, maybe the reporting would take them into account. Regression on infrastructure despite the investment. I've indicated that the number of infrastructure facilities we've been delivering, it shows that we've made progress. Honorable Chair, yeah, you dealt with the issue of the minister, and we'll also take this up with her. The issue of two worlds, when we present the grade 12 results, we always say to you, the reason why we provide so much support to our children is because this is the two worlds. Some learners in their homes, they have study rooms. Others, they've got only one room, which is for cooking, which is for sleeping, which is for sitting, which is for doing everything. And we even take them away from their families to create space for them to study, and also end up performing the same, if not better than these learners who have all these facilities in their homes. So the two world syndrome is there, but I must indicate our education system is one. And of course, it reflects when you move around, because of the resourcing, that it reflects the two world, as a school is a microcosm of civil society. The impact of our funding formula, I think I've spoken to that. We do have a funding formula, norms and standards for school funding, but I agree with the commission that maybe we need to look at the full package of costing funding per learner for the entire system, which we haven't done. And I'm sure sitting with our team of economists, researchers, and experts on these matters, we can work with the Commission and others, including National Treasury, to work out the full package of what is required for each learner in South Africa. The impact of our funding formula, I've spoken to that, Chair. I've touched it a bit as part of the FFC formula. Impact of our grants, we also link in the performance of our grants with the results of our learners. Just to say that we had 15 ex-departments, Chair. We now have one Department of Education, although it reflects the tapestry of our society of being two worlds that are side by side each other. Different quality results in quintile 1 to 3. I've given you the figures there to show what that amounts to in terms of our own calculation. Do we have the same system? Yes. Do we have disparities in the Pelena allocation? Yes, and I've indicated why we have these disparities. The return on investment Pelena allocation, in some areas we do, given how they are performing, in others we don't, which are areas that we need to pay more attention to. Return on investment in Pelena allocation, I also agree with that. That must be an issue that drives our system. Alignment of the investment and outcomes, we're looking at that. Even our resulting takes that into account. Is our curriculum inferior or competitive? Umalusi, the quality assurer, has conducted a benchmark study more than once, I think about 3 studies, and the outcomes of those studies are saying our curriculum is world-class. The chair is saying, is it because of resourcing? Absolutely yes. The issue is around resourcing, but our curriculum has been assessed even by, the best institutions in the world, which also said our curriculum is world-class. The issue is about resourcing and teacher quality. Yeah, missing deadlines and consequence management. I've agreed that we do have that information which we can share with the committee. The chair of the commission said there's still about 287 pit latrines. Yes, some of those we're still monitoring work to complete them. Some are implemented by provinces. We had hoped that would be done by this about 2 years ago. We still have them, which are being dealt with by implementing agents and contractors. Yeah, Chair, I've attempted to cover. Do you want to allow Mr. Mafuk or Ms. Geya to come in to cover some areas that I might have not covered? Thank you very much for indulging me.
Thank
Mr.
you very
Mafuko,
much,
Ms. Geya?
CGD.
Oh, yes.
Thank you, Chair. If Chair, can I come in?
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Just a few things. Thank you very much, and good afternoon, Chair and honorable members. And thank you, DG. DG has covered almost all, so I'll just respond to a few. And also just to emphasize what DG said at the beginning, it would have assisted quite a lot if we had engaged with the FFC, because I'll just give an example in terms of the numbers. The question that was asked by Honorable Mkhize, saying that there are 0 inappropriate structures in some provinces like KZN. I think it is the interpretation of numbers. For instance, that table that was used by the FFC in the report refers to schools where the entire school is built out of inappropriate material. Now, those were schools that were part of ASIDI that we dealt with. However, we still acknowledge that there are schools where you'd find that either a block or 2 blocks or 3 blocks are still made up of inappropriate material. So there is a separate data that provides that kind of information. So perhaps if we could have clarified that what that table refers to, it would have assisted, and maybe assisted in terms of misinforming members to think that we are saying there is no school with inappropriate structures in KZN as an example. Honorable Ngobeni, for instance, talked about disparities in provision between the different provinces and different areas. Honorable member, whilst in terms of the provision of infrastructure, we are biased towards rural and townships areas, we need to acknowledge, and DG did mention that in terms of population dynamics, the people are moving from rural to urban centers. So we cannot simply ignore urban areas where people are moving to at the expense of rural areas. We have an influx of people to urban areas in search of better opportunities. So as a result of that movement, we have to provide facilities in urban centers as well. So it does not exacerbate the disparity, because if we do that, then you can imagine the situation that is going to pertain in these urban areas where people are moving to. But at any rate, even in our provision, when we build a school, we don't say we are building a school in an urban area or in a rural area. The level of provision is the same whether in an urban or in a rural area. Similarly, Honorable Ngobeni did talk about targeted approach to infrastructure, and Honorable Member gave an example that we should be going to an example of Mpumalanga and say we are done with Mpumalanga and then move to the next province. Unfortunately, we cannot approach provision of resources and infrastructure in particular in that particular fashion. So we cannot prioritize one province at the expense of the other. So what we are trying to do, we are looking at the backlogs in its entirety and say, in terms of new schools, we are providing new schools in all provinces. In terms of where the hotspots are, in terms of sanitation, similarly, we provided sanitation in all the provinces rather than looking at any particular area and saying we are focusing on one particular area at a time. DG did talk about issues of maintenance, and maintenance starts at the level of the school, and that is why we have started a program that DG referred to of starting to capacitate school governing bodies in terms of their responsibilities with regards to maintenance. And there is a funding that is allocated to schools from the norms and standards of school funding that unfortunately, even in the province where we have already completed the exercise, school governing bodies and some principals have indicated that they definitely were not aware of their responsibilities with regards to this training. So to date, we have completed training in Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Northwest. We are currently doing training in KZN, Northern Cape, Eastern Cape, and Free State. And we have not started in Gauteng and Western Cape, but we are finalizing logistics with regards to training of SGBs in terms of day-to-day maintenance. But also in terms, I think Honorable Sharif did speak about the allocation of maintenance to provinces. Yes, you do. It does happen that you allocate X amount of money for maintenance as a province. But unfortunately, if let's use KZN as an example, you have a situation where you have disasters, storm damages, and so on. And unfortunately, what we have to do in that instance, in order to ensure that teaching and learning continues, then you have to move money from certain programs in order to address those particular emergencies that have occurred. And for instance, in many instances, we have to buy mobile classrooms in order to ensure that schooling and teaching and learning takes place. And as a result, you take money from one area to the other. And when you look at the initial allocation to maintenance, you would find that we have exceeded the initial allocation, but it is as a result of taking money from one program to the other in order to address this. But what happens is that we submit to the Disaster Management Center, and through Treasury, usually that allocation is made, but usually that allocation comes at a very late stage. And what then we do is to reallocate that money to those projects that we might have stopped in order to address the emergencies. DG has also spoken about poor performance by IAs and contractors. We have introduced the 10-point plan, and in the presentation by the Fiscal Commission, they refer to the 10-point plan as not making a dent. We respectively would like to disagree with that. If given a chance, we will show the Fiscal Commission what impact the 10-point plan, since it was introduced 2 years ago, has made in terms of the delivery of infrastructure. The initial uptake was very slow in terms of the progress that we are making, but we are seeing a lot of improvement in terms of the delivery of infrastructure. Lastly, just to give numbers in terms of the pit latrines, as DG has indicated the number of pit latrines that we are supposed to provide. Currently, we only have completed 55 projects in the current financial year. We do have 64 that are still to be completed in the current financial year, and we expect that this should be completed in the next 2 to 3 months. But also, over and above that, we have a situation where we have to provide additional facilities and so on. And to this effect, in the provincial departments of education, we have 1,257 projects that are currently in different stages of implementation. The issue of sanitation is always a moving target, honorable members. So what we are doing is to continue to keep on track with the numbers, such that as and when there is a need that we identify, for instance, provinces are doing condition assessment as we speak. Mpumalanga has just completed its condition assessment, and from the report, there are a number of schools that we were not aware of that still have pit latrines. And what we do is to ensure that we prioritize those schools and we provide them or we include them into our project plans, and they are implemented with immediate effect. In conclusion, Chair, I just want to indicate there was a comment, Chair, that the SIBG is being discontinued. Yes, the SIBG is being discontinued. However, the allocation that was supposed to go to the SIBG is being added into the EIG. So you will see an increase in the education infrastructure grant in the next financial year and the other financial year. So what we will be doing as the DBE is to intensify our monitoring. There are some of the projects that we will be ring fencing, meaning that we will be co-implementing those projects. The project will be located in a province, will be implemented by a province, but we will be having a heightened intervention in those particular provinces, especially with the money that would be added from the SIBG into the EIG. So you will be seeing a lot of attention being paid to the projects that are being implemented by the province, unlike now where, as the DBE, in terms of implementation, we are concentrating mostly on the SIBG projects, specifically SAFE, and the provinces are doing the implementation with regards to the EIG and the equitable share. Thank you, DG, and thank you, Honorable Chair and members. I think that's it from us.
DG, from my side, I think you have covered everything that I needed to answer. So I'll forfeit responding. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. That's it from our side. Thank you ever so much for your patience and your understanding. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DG and the team. Members, it's what time is it? I understand we've got plenary in the afternoon, so which is starting at 2. I want to allow members to ask follow-up questions, but I want to plead with members to be very brief. And if possible, let's highlight the areas where we believe we've not been responded to, so that we can then actually sanction written responses. I see only 2 hands on the platform, Honorable Mkhize and Honorable Ngobeni. Please, members, let's just be very brief so that we allow members to join the plenary. Honorable Mkhize.
Thank you, Chair. As far as we concerned, somebody lied to the commission and gave wrong numbers, and we may not accept that this to be reduced to the numbers game to say, no, it was just a technical numerical error and all that. We are a commission instituted in terms of the laws of this country. We are the committee as well, instituted according to the laws of this country. So whoever who may have misled us will have to account. So I'll ask both the department and the commission to sort themselves out, and whoever who gave wrong information to account from their part. We cannot allow the commission to degenerate to find out smaller technical errors. This is serious. This is people's lives. We need way forward on this. So, Chair, we need to make a very clear decision what happens from now on about the recommendations of the Commission. They're very important. We cannot just discuss them and move on. We need a clear resolution. If they go to implementation, we need a very clear implementation plan to address the Commission recommendations. On the issue of the minister's attendance, we need a clear resolution, Chair. I remember that you spoke about us writing, complaining, and all that. It has to be articulated as a resolution of this meeting. What further action, I'm asking the department, what further action is taken for the contractors that get fired after they fail to deliver? Because we know, Chair, some may have already wasted state funds that just fired. I don't think them being fired alone is sufficient, because some of them, they were even recruited or perhaps procured, knowing exactly that they're not capable of producing, but they'll just consume some funds on the way, and then on the way they let go. So we need to go to the procurement itself. How are these incompetent contractors get procured, and by who? Who are they linked to? So we need to go further and dig that, because we watch, we are not blind, Chair. We watch around different departments that we are managing. There's a pattern now of contractors getting contracted and released over time. Another set comes released over time, but they've already used state funds. So it seems like this pattern now suggests there's a modality of consuming, new model of consuming state funds while you let people go when they've taken what they want to take. You employ new ones to consume more funds. So we must pay attention now. Firing the contractors alone is not enough, department. We need to know how they were procured and what wastage they've already created and how it gotten back to the state coffers. How the department will establish IPMA baseline. Chair, we have to go to this thing of baselines. We need baselines for each and every priority area, starting with infrastructure, to start monitoring performance. The Commission's report has made the same point. This committee can no longer pay no attention to that and still fail to make sure that there's proper baseline based on the need on the ground, not just a number coming from the president telling us that we must achieve 60%, we are going to 80% in 2 months. How did the president calculate if that target was that low? So we need proper scientific targeting based on clear feasibility assessment, not someone called president who may just friendly or generously give targets. Last point, Chair. The budget austerity measures, I think the DG there was very honest. And thank you, DG, for stating this. We have monitored the very same trend that many departments are failing to deliver now because of one reason. The budget cuts, the austerity measures. And unfortunately, Chair, as I conclude, I need to say that many of us, some of us, did predict this attitude from 2017, that the attitude of the incoming government would be all about cutting on social expenditure, because people, they like profit more than human beings. I conclude. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Ngobeni.
Thank you, Chairperson. I hope that I will be as brief as possible. I want to just emphasize, Chairperson, that we appreciate the Chair of the Commission's candor in the response to the committee. But I also want to disappreciate Mr. Matanzima's submission. The disposition and the demeanor really reeks of gaslighting, and it also just reeks of being very defensive around what we are positioning as a committee. the idea that everything is going well, it really can't ring true. If in fact, when we do oversight and we, submit ourselves to the existential realities of communities, it really cannot follow that we can receive a glorified submission from the department. So, I just wanted that to be placed on record. I also want to say that, Chairperson, that, as members of the committee, when we raise concerns, the department's concerns really cannot verge on the, if I want to say, on the line of really gaslighting us. When we ask those questions, we ask them because we are, number one, very much in touch with the ground. Number two, we absolutely care about what is happening in our communities and what is happening in the system. And so when one raises a concern and somebody, responds with a very glorified sense of, where they are, just given the fact that they've maybe have been in the system too long, they cannot then dismiss the fact that we have considered opinions and that we have actually conducted our own work. And it's not a case of, attacking one person, individual person or another. We're raising concerns, and those concerns must be established and must be responded to, and not globbed and glazed over as if, members of the committee have not actually applied their minds to what's going on. When we are told that progress is being made, it's not because when we raise our concerns, we don't acknowledge that some progress has been made. And the inference or the referral to the former minister, Angie Motshekga, is actually quite insulting, because the reality is that things have not been done, and we have seen a desperate decline in our ability to perform as an education system across global standards. And so, to take us back there is not only insulting, it's actually very, very concerning. The targets are being met and that the system is improving, but on the ground, the reality is very different. That cannot be left unwarranted and cannot be left unattended to. The children in rural communities are still learning in overcrowded classrooms and still using unsafe latrines. Definitely requires our attention, and it must be emphasized. We're not going to just let that be glibed over as if it does not matter. And that you have kids in our country in 2025 without libraries, without labs, without digital tools, and that parents are being told to be patient is not something that we can as a committee not emphasize, and also not hold those who are supposed to be making these things a reality accountable. We want to emphasize what we said at the beginning of the meeting, that we want a staggered approach in terms of how we are being reported to, and what the Commission has achieved and told us cannot be glossed over. The disconnect between what we have received from official responses and the lived reality is dangerous. We really cannot afford to let that go. And then, to trivialize the daily struggles of learners and communities, and then the attempt to shift responsibility away from leadership is actually appalling. We cannot allow that to continue to be. We must never be blindsided as a country to the deeper existential realities and the crisis that we are facing in our education system. That cannot be left unchecked, unsaid, and also just glipped over. It's not just a tick box exercise to be in a committee meeting and to be held accountable. And so people must be aware that we are paying attention and we are listening. that if learners are leaving the system without the skills that are necessary to participate in the modern economy is alarming. There's no way that we can sit and be comfortable with that and hope that all things are going to be fine. The world is leaving us behind, and that cannot be left unchecked. We are failing the future of South Africa, and that this oversight really must pierce through the comfortable narratives that have been shared with us this afternoon, and we must confront the real conditions. Underfunding and infrastructure collapse honestly cannot be left unchecked. And so I'm rounding up, Chairperson, but we will be animated, some of us, because we have had what we want to call a generation, Chairperson, a generation that honestly has been a generation that really has not been looked after. I think the point is made, Chairperson.
Yeah, has been
I'm going to end it here. I'm going to end it here, Chairperson. I'm going to end it here. With your indulgence, I'm going to end it here. Thank you.
Please. Thank you very much. I think the point has been registered, Honorable Ngobeni. As I had said that there is plenary now, starting at 2. We really want to give members an opportunity to join that plenary. So I think the point is registered. It's safe to say to the chairperson of the commission and the department, thank you very much for making time to really engage with us on these very important discussions. And as I had said before, that we cannot continue to have the same discussions I think for me, it's the second time we're having this discussion on the funding of the schooling system. And I think we must now move beyond the discussion. We must now bring something on the table that proposes solutions, having had the experience that we've had over the past 30 years. And to say to the DG and the chairperson of the council, of the commission, we do prefer that, because our approach to issues as this portfolio committee has been really not to have meetings for the sake of having meetings. Firstly, it is not by chance that you are appearing here. It is a deliberate choice of this committee. We want to meet, and we've got an objective in mind when we deliberately decide who we want to appear before the committee other than the department. Because we have an objective in mind. There's something that we're trying to achieve out of these sessions. We're trying to empower the committee with information. We're trying to understand the lived experiences of the people on the ground, so that we can then say what becomes the possible solutions. How do we enhance the work that has already been done? How do we improve the situation for the better? How do we ensure that we improved the living experience of South Africans? So as a result, we try and have joint sittings. We invite other committees, we invite many other departments when we want to engage with the matter comprehensively. And as a result, when we do meet with yourselves again, because that is definitely going to happen at some stage, we'll find time where we are going to discuss the solutions on the table and how those solutions should be implemented. We do expect that, and we would appreciate that yourselves and the department meet, because that gives us a comprehensive picture of the problem on the ground. It is not necessarily about, we don't appreciate, even when different departments come before us and they speak in different tongues, or different entities come before us and they speak in different tongues. That does not assist us. It doesn't assist us, because for us, it's not about who is to blame, who is right, who is wrong, who shines, who does not shine, who speaks more, longer. For us, it's about how do we improve the lived experience of a South African child. And it has nothing to do with who's right, who's wrong. So when you meet and you give us a comprehensive view of the ground that is factual, that is clear, it really gives us an ability, it empowers us to really find ways or solutions that are sustainable, solutions that work. But if we meet with yourself and let's, for example, I can imagine if we meet with the department in the absence of the FFC, we receive something else, we receive something else from the FFC, the solutions we end up coming up with will definitely be short-sighted. So we do appreciate that you have that session, especially on the impact evaluation of the conditional grants. Because even if the conditional grant, the ASIDI is discontinued and it is going to be incorporated in the equity share, it is still there. It is still resources allocated for the same purpose. So we still want to know its impact, if it is making impact. If what was its intended purpose, what is the outcome that we desire, and are we hitting the nail? And if we are not, what are the gaps? How then do we ensure that the investment we make in education really yields return for this country, both in terms of the individuals that it produces, upright individuals who are skilled, who are prepared, who are ready to contribute to innovation, to contribute to, growing the economy of our country. Young individuals that will be confident, that will have education that teaches them and empowers them, not only themselves, but also empowers their communities. So we want that ultimately. And as a result, we really want you to go and meet and engage on these pertinent key issues that came out of this discussion. Lastly, I want to say, honorable members and colleagues, I myself, I am, and I get very, I really get offended, even when these are sentiments that come out of, even if it's ordinary citizens that say the previous system was better than now. Because if you have lived in the previous system and we lived just the remnants of it, you can't say it was better than now. So yes, there has been, and I've always said this, I said, we have succeeded in ensuring access to the education system, but we are struggling to ensure success of the education system, success in the education system and success of the education system. So the pace of it, the pace of the success and the lived experiences, it's something that we really need, and we can't say no. We've done something, but where we are seated, we're saying the results or the outcomes of all the work we've been putting into the system are not necessarily the results that we would desire, and we need to then recalibrate and reset and say, how do we get to the area which we require as this country. So we really want you to have that discussion, because we are going to try and invite yourselves again, invite you with Treasury when we do, because I want us to discuss this funding model, the funding model of education, and why does it continue to create two worlds and two experiences. It might be true, DG, that the schools reflects the society, because our society is highly unequal. But I do know that education is also a very powerful instrument that you can utilize to really intervene into that situation. And as a result, we must try by all means to ensure that we get the education system right. It doesn't become two worlds. If we get it right, if we get that right, I believe that it will go a long way in dealing with the inequalities of our society. And of course, other issues or other factors come into play. So we'll invite you, we'll invite Treasury, we'll invite other stakeholders. We'll try and invite SGP organization, we'll try and invite teacher unions and sit all of us and discuss what would be an effective funding model that will bring us to a truly one system that portrays or has characteristics of equality and quality and prosperity. So thank you very much, and thank you very much to the members. for your patience and your participation into the meeting. We will definitely do on the issue of the minister. Like I said, we need to do our homework, look at the number of meetings the minister has missed, and then have that draft of the official letter to the leader of governance to raise this concern. And thank you very much to everyone. And the meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Chair. We will get there. We are getting there.
Thanks, Chair.